Good evening, and welcome to the Monday, June 8th, 2026 meeting of the City of Worcester Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Jordan Berg Powers, and I will chair tonight's meeting. This meeting of the Worcester Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted in a hybrid manner with both in-person and remote participation. As a preliminary matter for tonight's meeting, I would like to confirm board members and staff who are present. Board members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Board Member Abramov?
Here.
Board Member Cortez?
Here.
Board Member Torcono? We'll come back. Board Member Barnhagen?
Here.
Board Member Sacco?
Here.
Board Member Moreno?
Here.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes, here.
Board Member Moremi, sorry. And city staff, Michelle Smith?
Present.
Amy Beth Lath?
Present.
And David Horn.
Here.
Before we start, a few housekeeping notes. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed from the City of Worcester website, and the recording will be available for rebroadcast. This is a public meeting, which means both that it is being recorded and that the minutes will be taken and published at a later date. The public may participate remotely by calling 1-669-254-5252. Again, that number is 1-669-254-5252. Access code 160-456-4634. Again, that access code is 160-456-4634, or using the link shown on the screen. Once an item is called, there will be a brief presentation of the item, followed by any additional comments and clarifications from members of the city staff, then an opportunity for anyone from the public to speak on that item before we proceed to board discussion and action. To manage remote participation during our hybrid meetings and prevent disruptions, all participants are automatically blocked from unmuting themselves, turning on their video, or sending chat messages. For remote participants who would like to comment on an item on our agenda, we ask that you use the raise hand feature in Zoom during the discussion of that item. If you are joined by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Again, if you are joined by phone, you can use the raise your hand feature by pressing *9. Staff will then call on members of the public one at a time and give them permission to unmute themselves. If you're joined by phone, you will then be able to unmute yourself by pressing *6. Again, to unmute, it's *6. To raise your hand, *9. To unmute, *6. Please note the board appreciates brevity in your comments. To help this process, we ask that all participants in person to use a microphone, to please clearly identify yourself each time you speak. And the first time you speak, please state your city of town of residence for the record. To help maintain an orderly meeting, please address all comments and questions through the chair, that's me, rather than directly to any other speakers or applicants. Applicants should be aware that approvals are generally conditional. Decisions are typically signed by the board at the next meeting and filled with the city clerk by the following day, beginning the appeal period. It is the applicant's responsibility to address any conditions of approval, and lack of doing so may result in delays or enforcement. Please contact the Planning Division with any questions. Any party aggrieved by a decision of the board has the right of appeal under Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 17. There are a number of items on our agenda being continued or postponed tonight, which I will read through shortly. If you are here on one of those items, please note that no additional notice will be sent to you before the next meeting. The best thing to do is call the Planning Division the day prior to our meeting to confirm if the item will be heard or postponed that night, as it is not uncommon for items to be postponed multiple times before they are heard by this board. I will suggest, for the purposes of streamlining our board meeting, that board member Barnhagen or Abramov offer to make any motions, and that board member Cortez second any such motions. In the event either member prefers not to do so, I'd simply ask that you identify another member to do so. Okay, we have several items for we have one item for continuance. The first item, item number 149 Plantation Street, is a special permit, a request to continue to June 29th, 2026, and extend the constructive deadline to July 21st, 2026. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to continue consideration of 149 Plantation Street to the dates as stated by the chair.
Is there a second?
So moved.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov? Oh, a second, sorry.
Second.
Sorry.
No,
It's just this new system. I
that's right.
apologize.
Sorry.
No, thank you for getting that for me.
My vote
Board
is
Member
yes.
Abramov. Board Member
Yes.
Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono. Board Member Torcono, it says you're talking.
Yes,
Thank
they
you.
just unmuted me.
No worries, thank you very much. Board Member Moremi.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Okay, if you're here for 149 Plantation Street, please talk to the Planning Division about when that meeting will be heard. Next up, we have 3 postponements. We have postponements for item number 2, row adjacent to 7 Paul Clancy Way, special permit, a request to postpone to July 20th, 2026, and extend the constructive grant deadline to August 11th, 2026. Item number 3, 256 Sunderland Road, a special permit and variance, a request to postpone to June 29th, 2026, and extend the constructive deadline to July 21st, 2026. And item number 5, number 1 Jackson Street, a variance, a request to postpone to June 29th, 2026, and extend the constructive grant deadline to July 21st, 2026. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone item 2, row adjacent to 7 Paul Clancy Way, item 3, 256 Sunderland Road, and item 5, 1 Jackson Street to the dates as stated by the chair.
So moved. I second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes,
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. All right, if you are here for item number 2, item number 3, or item number 5, please talk to the Plan Division about when those ultimately may be heard, as they will not be heard tonight. All right. With that being said, oh, you're out. All right. We are going to item number 4, which is 318 Park Avenue. If the applicant could please come forward. You can stand if you want, but you can sit as well. Whatever is comfortable for you. Go ahead.
My name is Sean McGlone from Serato Signs. I'm here applying for a special permit for a new sign for New Chicken at 318 Park Ave. We're proposing a 98-inch wide by 108-inch tall custom shaped sign cabinet to be installed onto an existing pole. As many of you may know, there was a sign on it for BT's Smokehouse, which had been removed about a year and a half ago. So we're looking for relief on the height, which is 23 feet, where they're allowed 20 feet. The setback, they're allowed, the pole needs to be 5 feet. It's actually, I think it's 1.4 feet from the property line. And they're allowed the square footage. The type of sign, it's not a full face-lit sign, it's just got it's a faux LED neon tubing to mimic neon, but it's not neon, it's LED, so it's high efficient. I think that's it.
Okay. City staff.
All right. On behalf of City, this is Amy Beth Lave for the Planning Division. So that we are here for 318 Park Ave. Presently on the premise is a restaurant with an associated parking and a sign pole. This is the BG3 Business General Zoning District, and this is also within the Commercial Corridors Overlay District elsewhere. The applicant seeks to construct a permanent accessory sign on the existing pole/frame on the southeast corner of the lot nearest Park Avenue in support of advertising for the 2,540 square foot restaurant located at 318 Park Avenue. The relief that is requested is a variance for 4.6 feet from the 5-foot minimum setback requirement for a permanent accessory freestanding sign in the BG3 zoning district. As stated by the applicant, they are proposing a 0.4-foot setback from Park Avenue to enable the existing pole to be maintained. That pole has been there. They are looking for a special permit to allow dimensional relief for an accessory sign. The permanent accessory sign and the freestanding pole in total, both the pole and the sign, have a proposed height of 23 feet, where only 20 feet is permitted. And then a special permit to extend, alter, or change a privileged pre-existing non-conforming structure and/or use. The existing pole, as we previously mentioned, is non-conforming with respect to the required 5-foot pole setback. And also the sign overhangs onto the abutting public way of Park Avenue. So both nonconformities existed previously, and they're looking to maintain those nonconformities with an increase in height and an increase in extension over the public way. The proposed sign is 73.5 square feet per side and has a total height of 23 feet. That 23-foot sign is mounted on a 14-foot pole above the sidewalk. The prior sign was smaller, and so just for sake of the conversation, the old sign was just the sign part. The pole was still 14 feet, right? So at the top of the pole. The old sign was 6.4 feet in height and 5.75 feet into the right-of-way. The new sign is 9 feet in height and 8.2 feet wide. So that is that. This applicant will, as part of our conditions of approval, they will need to have an agreement with the city to overhang into the right-of-way. So that is a condition of approval for the sign to exist, should you vote in favor of the sign. And a couple of questions that we had for the applicant were whether or not they considered a sign that complied with the zoning ordinance of 20 feet in height. And I think that's actually the big one, so I'm going to leave it there, and if anybody has any questions, I can answer them. Thank you.
The applicant could answer that question.
We did consider that, but the customer was trying to maximize the square footage that he's allowed for a sign. But running into the setback, that's where it was a little bit of confusion in the beginning of the application process, where the maximum height was back in January when I was going through the application process. It was maximum height of 40 feet in an email, and then came back and it was 20 feet, but I was already through the application process. So the relief of the 23 feet and trying to maximize the sign square footage is what the applicant is trying, the customer is trying to do with the size of the sign. He wanted to try and get as large of a sign as he possibly could based on square footage for visibility.
Okay. Is anybody here for 318 Park Avenue? Please come forward, state your name and city and town of residence. Is anybody online? Please use the raise your hand function. Again, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Just make sure that's correct. Yep, *9 if you are on by phone. Okay. That'll go to us, but if you have any thoughts afterwards, let us know. I guess I'd say, just for myself, I'm generally okay with this application. I think I'm curious about the ability to scale back the size of it, not for the height. I think that 23 feet is not as much a concern for me as much as it is sort of how much into the right-of-way it is. So it's just much it's not much bigger, but it's bigger than the current sign that's there by some stretch. And so I'd be interested, just because of the fact that it's in the right of way, because it's on a stretch that's walkable and sort of keeping that feel, for having it sort of scaled back a little. So I guess that would be my concern about it, and I guess
All right, just one note about that, if I could. The BT
Yeah.
sign, the size of the sign that was noted was the actual size of the existing sign cabinet, but they also had an arrow, a marquee-style arrow mounted off to the side of it that's not incorporated in the actual physical size of the sign.
Oh, that's true. Yep.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I used the plan that they submitted when they put up the BT sign that included the arrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it comes out a little bit more. It's sort of a little bit higher. I think I'd like to see it be a little bit smaller. I guess the other question I have is the color of the pole. Like, currently it's the same color as the building, so it actually sort of fades into the city, into the thing. Oh, there you go. Yeah, yeah. So live really not far from here, like around the corner. And so it sort of blends in a little bit more, which, you're sort of back saying our desire for it to not be so big and outlandish that it sort of sets out, but the desire of the person wanting business to come in to be attractive. It's a beautiful looking logo, like it's really interesting, but I guess speaking for myself, I only have one vote. I'd like to see it sort of come down a little bit and be a little bit less intrusive into the street in the city, especially since it's overhanging into a public way. Yeah, I guess I'll let other people's thoughts.
Could you just repeat the pole color?
Yeah, what's the pole color?
Black.
It's gonna be black?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I did not give you a chance to answer
that's
that. Thank you for flagging it for me. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair.
Yes, please.
In general, I wouldn't have a problem with it, but actually, it would be better to have it, your request to be higher, because as it is, everybody goes through, Main Street, Ciudad there, and actually, it's an obstruction to see the traffic lights. It's obstructed, so by being higher, I think it would open the view more for the traffic lights there. So I'm even more in favor of it, of the high request for that. Regarding the size, I agree with the chair, keeping it on the size, the original square. That would be great. Those are my only comments to that, other than, and if that is taken care of it, I'm for it.
Okay. Let's go with people here right now. Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, generally, yeah, I have no problem with having a sign there, obviously. It's a non-conforming use, but you're just continuing the non-conforming use, and it'd be nice to have a sign to advertise the business. I share the concerns, though, about the increase in size over what was there before. I actually wouldn't mind necessarily some increase. It just seems like this is a little bit more of an increase out of proportion than might otherwise be warranted. Even this rendering here it seems larger than I think the space would reasonably accommodate. It just from an initial impression, that's just my impression. But
Okay. Board Member Moremi?
No additional comments.
Okay. Board Member Sacco? Board Member Sacco?
Through the chair, agree with you guys. I think it's a great sign. Seems to be a little bit smaller. Thanks.
Board Member Torcono?
No comment.
Okay. I don't, to the city, I guess I don't know what, we either are voting up or down on this, so we need to get some agreement, I guess, if we feel like we would want it to be smaller. Otherwise, we have to just vote on what's before us. Is that correct? I see you nodding, so I just want to.
Yeah, through the chair, I think it would be best if you just ask the applicant if they'd be willing to make some adjustments to the size of the sign, and see if you can specify what those adjustments would be. I think you could move forward if that sounds like there are enough of you that are feeling that way. But I don't know how the applicant feels about making those adjustments.
Yep. So I think you have a sense. I'd love to get your thoughts about applicability to?
Yeah,
sort
I
of make
can,
it a
I can
little bit
definitely go back to the customer and redesign it to a smaller scale, see what his thoughts are.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be the 6 by 6 sort of that's there. I think somewhere in between the sort of 9 by 8 that's sort of coming, 8
Yeah.
up. Maybe even the same height per the person, Board Member Cortez. But like in a little bit more, I think that might just lessen sort of the impact a little.
So
but-
same shape, but overall size, somewhere between what was there prior to what we're proposing now.
Yeah, yes, please. If it's okay with you, I'm going to request that you ask for a continuance, just so you can go back and get a thing, but I think otherwise we're ready. Otherwise, you get a sense of the board that we would be willing to say yes based on that.
Yeah.
But you have to make a request for a continuance, otherwise we
Can I
can't.
request for continuance?
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to continue?
Well, do we have a date yet for the continued?
Oh, yeah. I think that, can we do the next meeting? It's a small one. I know
The
it's.
next meeting is June 29th. I defer to the applicant if he thinks that that would be enough time. We would need new plans. Usually we ask for them about 10 days before the meeting. So it gives you like a week.
New drawings? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so continue to June 29th, thank you for that. And the constructive deadline then would be July
I think 11th?
July 21st.
21st.
Is there a motion?
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for 318 Park Avenue to June 29th and a constructive deadline date of, was it July
21st.
21st?
Is there a second?
So move.
On the motion, Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Barthagen?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
And my vote's yes. Thank you very much, and thank you for your work on this. I appreciate it. Okay, next up, if somebody could get Larry back in here, sorry, Board Member Bromoff. Next up is item number 6, 3537 State Road, AKA 1200 West Boylston Street. State your name for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Donald O'Neill. I'm a lawyer here in Worcester. Here this evening on behalf of SAL LLC in connection with the request for allowing basically the demolition of the existing commercial structure, which is more house than commercial structure, but it's been used for commercial purposes and basically underutilized in its current condition. This is a kind of an unusual lot in that the assessors actually have it as two separate parcels, and that's the configuration I think that you see on the screen reflects that. But that in 2004, relief was issued to allow for, and it's also a split lot, so that the front is BL and the back is RL. It also has a pretty significant wetlands area located where the two parcels join. And the effect of that is that in 2004, zoning board did give permission to allow for a 12-unit building to be built in the back, which is accessed off Magnolia Avenue, which is in West Boylston. And the frontage for the property, the only Worcester frontage for the property is actually up on West Boylston Street in front of the commercial building. And there, because of the wetlands on the site, there's no way to get to the back where the existing apartment building is, and that was constructed in 2004. It has its own separate parking area. There's been no issues related to that. However, in connection with the work that was done with the application as pertains to the new structure, there was a reexamination of the old building, and it's a little bit unclear as to what they were thinking about in terms of setbacks, but the property, which is in Magnolia, at the top of the screen, I believe, based on the site plan that was issued, they were viewing that sort of that top right-hand corner setback as a side yard. Because it faces Magnolia, it's a side yard, but actually, if the frontage is on West Boylston Street, it's a rear yard. So that, and they had the building envelope line, and it's on the old plan, but it just, for whatever reason, wasn't picked up on. So what staff had suggested to us was that they'd like to see us get whatever relief is required to bring that into compliance through variance relief with the ordinance. So there are two requests. There are two corners that are off, and if, because of the way that it's positioned, if you're off on that corner, you're going to be off on the other corner too, because it pushes, one pushes the other. So there are two setback variances that are requested to bring it into compliance, and there's absolutely nothing that we're doing with the building. The other relief was that in granting the approval, there was a condition in the approval which said that provided for 12 apartments on the property. We have the 12, and we're proposing 8 more, so that brings the total on the property up to 20. So that's just, and at the time that they did it, that was to cap it at 12, and that's all that was proposed. So this just changes that wording to allow for the additional 8 units to be built on the West Boylston Street side. So that's the relief that was related to the old structure. Now regarding the new building, we have some I think limited requests for relief in this case. There's some minor requests for the side yard setback, and that is based upon the BL requirements, where it's a couple of feet greater than it would be for RG5. So there's a request for that north boundary for relief on that. Secondly, the other frontage request at the closest setback is the corner of the parking lot. And again, that is related primarily, I think, to the wetlands, but also to the shape of the lot, which has that kind of sharp angle, which pushes the parking out a little bit closer to the street. However, there is West Boylston Street has it's got a wide layout, so it's not that, it doesn't appear to be all that close to the street if you're traveling in that direction. And the other relief that we're requesting is just because it's a BL, you need 40 feet of frontage per dwelling unit up to a total of 200. We're about 185 or 6, so actually a lot closer than usually is the case, but there's 13.69 feet of relief, I think, that's requested for that. And the last relief that we're seeking is for the layout and design of the parking. There are a couple of cases where we can't, in order to accommodate the cars that are proposed, we need a little bit of relief from some of the buffer areas, and that's all spelled out in the on the plan and in the application. The other thing that I should point out about this property is that the land basically to the back and to the right is MDC. I don't know, I guess there is no MDC anymore, but it is state-owned land that has a fair amount of wetlands on that as well. So it really does provide a buffer to the rear of this property that is a sort of a permanent buffer that would remain in that location just because of the limitations in terms of doing anything with that lot. So we are proposing to demolish the existing structure and replace it with this structure. That requires 16 parking spaces. We do have 16 parking spaces that are shown on the plan. So we're in compliance with that. I did also review staff's memo. There are quite a few conditions that are listed on page 4, and along with 2 waivers. I would request the 2 waivers that are identified. And then if I could just, for the most part, 95% of the conditions are acceptable, but there are a couple that I just wanted to bring to the board's attention. Item 1C talks about installation of a 4-foot fence around the ground level sliders to screen headlights. I spoke to my client about that, and their preference of what they were planning on doing is sort of a reflective kind of one-way glazing that you can put on the sliders that would basically reflect that you won't see the lights inside the building with the glazing that would be in that location. So I would, if the board agrees, to provide that as an alternative. And also the other thing I left out is that this will require site plan approval, and I'm sure that this is something that they'll be looking at pretty closely. But that was the plan, and that also I think is maybe more attractive or appealing in terms of instead of having additional fencing on the lot, if that could be accomplished just by treating the sliders themselves, it's a cleaner appearance, I think, for the property. The other item that is reflected is item K about the bike rack. And I would defer to the board on this, but my client would prefer not to have a bike rack just because of the added issues with the tenants and possibility of vehicles getting, bikes being stolen or things of that nature. He'd prefer not, but if the board feels that they'd like to see one, then we would like to shift that location to the side yard, close to the entrance, but not directly in front. On M, he's fine with the bench along the proposed pathway. It does also indicate the request for a picnic table in the triangular area to the east of the main entry. That kind of puts it right on West Boylston Street, and not necessarily the best spot for a picnic, but we can do a picnic table, but we'd just like to move it to the rear of the building, closer to the wetlands area, which is basically a wooded area with natural vegetation. So we just want to relocate that, and I believe that's it. Everything else is acceptable.
Okay, thank you very much. City staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Lath for the Planning Division. So this is 35 and 37 State Road, aka 1200 West Boylston Street. The present use on premise is a commercial building at 35 State Road and a 12-unit multifamily low-rise dwelling at 37 State Road, and each with its own associated parking. 35 State Road is located in the BL1 zoning district, and 37 State Road is located in the RL7 zoning district. And the applicant seeks to raise the existing commercial building at 35 State Road and construct an 8-unit multifamily low-rise dwelling with 16 parking spaces and associated site improvements located in the BL1 with no changes proposed to the existing 12-unit multifamily at 37 State Road. In terms of relief being sought, per per Attorney O'Neill, in 2004, a decision was granted for the existing 12-unit structure. And so at that time, the relief for the side yard setback was 5 feet. So with the new survey, that side yard setback actually was less than 5 feet. It was 4.1 feet. So they are seeking a variance of relief of 5.9 feet from the 10-foot minimum side yard setback for the multifamily low-rise to cure that relief request. And they are also seeking an amendment for the special permit to allow the multifamily low-rise dwelling in the RL7, as the previous decision stipulated that it would be for 12 units, and now they are adding 8 additional units. And then additional new relief, they are seeking a variance for 9.3 feet from the 20-foot minimum rear yard setback, as explained by Attorney O'Neill. At the time, we don't know what was happening with the setback, but that is clearly the rear yard now. So we're going to cure that relief that's needed. For relief of 13.69 feet from the 200 minimum frontage requirement for multifamily low-rise dwelling in the BL1. The parcel has 186.31 feet of frontage, and in the BL1, frontage is capped at 200 feet. A variance for relief of 1.5 feet from the 10-foot minimum front yard setback requirement for the multifamily low-rise in the BL. Their front yard setback proposal is 8.5 feet. And a variance for relief of 3.1 feet from the 10-foot minimum side yard setback requirement for the multifamily low-rise dwelling. The applicant is proposing 6.9 feet on the northern side yard for the proposed building. And staff also wanted to note that it does show balconies on the architectural plan. And so if those balconies are proposed, then that would encroach further into the side yard setback. So that might change the relief needed if that were the case. So we just want to note that for the board in your discussion. And then also a special permit to modify the parking and dimensional layout and or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and or the number of required parking spaces. So under that special permit, they are looking for relief of the parking buffer as described at the southern end of the side of the driveway. There is less than a 5-foot buffer, but as described, it is a wooded area at that end of the parcel. Staff had a whole bunch of comments and questions, so I'm going to kind of run through them hopefully quickly. For the driveway, there is they want to reuse the existing curb cut into State Road for entrance into the parking lot. So for a driveway or a drive aisle, there is a requirement that it be 24 feet as a maximum. And so when you enter the proposed driveway, it's kind of sweeping and exceeds 35 feet. So we're questioning if that is needed and if the applicant has considered reducing that impervious area. For new construction within a BL1 zone, there's a requirement for 10% recreation space. So that hasn't been explicitly identified on the plan, so we're wondering if the applicant has considered where and what that recreation space would be. The units are all one-bedroom units, and they are proposing 16 parking spaces, which would be compliant with the parking requirements. So we're just questioning how the parking will be managed and if any of those spaces are being earmarked for guest parking, because as we know, there's no street parking in this area. It's a state road. So how is the applicant proposing to manage the parking? We have these architectural renderings of the exterior of the buildings, and so there is no direct entry onto West Boylston Street. The building is kind of facing the parking area, so that's so we're looking for the elevation facing West Boylston Street to be more activated or more glazing or more interactive with the actual street. Again, we encourage bike racks in all of our developments, so you can discuss amongst yourselves, like Attorney O'Neill said, if you would like the bike racks. We had another rendering that showed HVAC units on the sides in every unit on the front over here that showed like the condenser unit for the HVAC system. And then we got this updated rendering that does not have them, so we just wanted the applicant to talk and speak through, like, are there going to be units? Did they change the plan for the HVAC? What does that look like? And if they are going to have the HVAC units, we'd like to see them covered, or just not the condensers kind of hanging out, looking like onto the, like, visible to the folks. Let's see, we talked about Attorney O'Neill talked about the fencing that you all can talk through, and then we've already talked about the balconies. And then the last thing was that the applicant hasn't provided a photometric plan, a stormwater report, or soil testing, so those will be needed for when they go to site plan. And I think that's enough.
Attorney O'Neill.
You'll see how good my memory is here. So the first thing is there are no balconies proposed on the northerly boundary line, which I think is where they staff had questioned that, because that would be further encroaching upon the side yard setback, and we're not proposing that. The reduction of the driveway entrance to 24 feet is agreeable. It was a condition. We did agree to that. And we're also believe that the further reduction of the portion of the parking, the additional width from 35 plus or minus feet to 30 is something which we can do. And that was one of the conditions, which was, I believe it's stated in there, but that is something that we can comply with. In terms of the building elevations, I believe that the last plan that we submitted is what's intended. Certainly, if they're not sure about the air conditioning units, but I believe that this is what's proposed. And of course, if there were anything different than that, and there was something that needed to be screened, we could do that. And I would also say that since I can't answer that directly at this point, that is also something which the planning board would typically look at as part of the site plan. But this is based on what I have for information is what's proposed and shown on the plan. We did go through a couple of different iterations through the process, and this is what we ended up with. Had to make a number of adjustments based on requests from staff, and that's what we've got before you. The recreational space, part of what we were thinking would be that picnic table that we want to move to the back would be part of the recreational space. And the applicant is aware that he needs to designate at least 10% for sort of passive recreational space. The other thing is there was a bench area that was discussed. That could be another area that could be designated. And there is some area behind the building adjacent again to the wetlands that is available and could be designated for that purpose. And we have no objection with a condition requiring that plans be modified to show that, and it's something that we can comply with, and I did agree to that. Was there anything else? Okay.
All right. is...
Through the chair, one more, sorry, I apologize. Attorney O'Neill, I just want to point out that the condition does say that the driveway should be 24 feet, not 30. I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
Oh, I think the curb cut, what I understood is the curb cut would be reduced to 24 feet, and that you were looking for a further reduction within the parking lot itself?
So the condition reads, shift the southern edge of the driveway north such that the width is no more than 24 feet.
Yeah, and I think that's agreeable.
Okay.
Okay. Is anyone here for 35 and 37 State Road, AKA 1200 West Boylston Street? Okay. Is anybody online? Please use the raise your hand function. If you're by phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Okay. I'll get started until people come in. So just to clarify for folks, I think when the building that's already there got built, the sides of the building, if you can go back one, Amy Beth, if you don't mind, please. The sides of the building were considered the sides for obvious reasons. But in fact, because the parcel makes a weird L, that's actually now the back. And so part of the relief that they're coming for is to fix the weirdness of the space and the fact that somebody made a rational decision that the side of the building was the side. But in fact, it's the back for the purposes of this. And so they're coming
The
first.
backyard is the side yard.
Right, the back is the side yard. It's a little confusing,
rear
but it's
yard
because of
is-
these. It's
yeah.
because of the nature of the set of it being a sort of L that's sort of why they're before us to sort of fix. But the building's there, it's fine, and there's definitely space around it for the 10% if you're out there, which I was. The other piece that's important for us to note is that if this all was in the RL7, which this is a split lot, most of these we wouldn't need, but because it's in a BL1, there's sort of some of these. So some of the things that they're for us before are because of the housing nature of this rather than the business nature of the application. So for those reasons, I'm comfortable moving forward. I think this is a good project. I think together with the staff, there's been some good changes to make it. And as stated, I think the 5 sort of feet on the bottom southerly portion of the parking lot, people won't in reality notice because of all the woods and everything else. It's not sort of going up against somebody who could live there. No one will be able to live there with the wetlands and so forth. So it's sort of good, and it's got plenty of parking. So they'll be able to sort of park, and even if they did it, they'd literally have nowhere to go. So it's a state road. You can't park on the street. So it's got all the things. I think it's a good use of the space. So I'm prepared to vote yes. Board Member Abramoff.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, I agree with you. I just want to be clear. You're going to designate on the plan recreational space of, I assume, 10% of the lot is 5,000 square feet. Is that correct?
The
I know it's a little odd, but that's how I interpret it.
Yeah, it's 10% of, and we just,
I think you're correct. It's 56, right?
yeah, it looks like
52.
it's the total lot is about 5,200 plus square feet, so it would be, but that's the combined area.
I'm just assuming on the plan.
No, actually, yeah, I'm just, it's a good point, but the front portion of the lot is BL. So the question then becomes, and I can figure it out, but it should presumably be based on the portion that's in the BL? because that's where the,
Can we define this as designate recreational space as legally required? And then you can work out with staff exactly how to interpret whether it's just the BL or it's the whole lot. Because in my logic, it's the whole lot. In your logic, it's just the BL part. I don't know what legally is, which of those is legally correct.
sure, and then the question
You're
is,
willing to-
can you make up some of the BL and the RL land? Because there's more land in the RL, but it's a BL requirement. So if you were to word it such as may be required.
As
to
legally
comply.
required.
Yeah,
Is that okay? Does
that would be, that's a
meet
very good
everybody's thing? And-
suggestion.
Okay. And I'd like to say that you're worried about stolen bikes, so putting the bike rack to the side where it's more hidden is more accessible to thievery than having it right out front where everybody looks at it. But I think a bike rack is important accessory for this, so as long as there's one there, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, we can, if that's the board's feeling, then we can put it where it's suggested by staff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good flag. I should have said that. I'm okay with, so that's the other question. Are you okay with cutting C, which is the 4-foot fence, and instead the reflecting sliders that they want to have?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, putting a fence right in front of the building is, I noticed in my neighborhood, someone put up a big solid fence right on the street in front of their house. And it was so offensive. You know what I mean? Normally you see these nice houses with landscaping and windows and doors, and now what you see as you go by is this solid fence. And so I think that having no fence there is fine. Reflective glazing is interesting, as long as you have the windows closed.
An active street facade behind a solid wood fence. But yeah, I think the screening, the material to block the sliders is, it's accomplishes what they want to do, and I think cleaner overall in terms of appearance.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, yeah, I am as well. I agree with you on K. I'd like to keep it. I'm amenable to shipping it to the side yard if that's what the applicant would like, and I'm also amenable to M, moving the picnic table. I actually do think that's a better place for it, having been out there, so that makes sense to me. And sorry I didn't say so. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. I think that is a well-planned, most of the points make sense there. Regarding the fence, there is some wetland land right next to it, or is it part of the property, the wetland?
Some are on this lot, and then some are on the state property. But if you look at on the plan, there is a wetland area that's, she's got the cursor on it now, that area is vegetated wetland.
The reason I asked that, just wanted to make sure regarding the fence. Item 1C, which talks about installing a fence around, and I'm wondering whether the fence is also to prevent children that may be running towards the wetlands. So as we want to make sure that there is, if this fence that we're talking about is on the side only,
I think the fence they're talking about would be as the building which faces the parking lot, because the headlights
okay,
would be.
so there's a different,
Yeah,
location
we're
of
not
fence.
talking about, and I don't think also the wetlands is, it's not like there's a pond there or something like that. I think it's just wooded. Vegetated wetland, I don't think they show any.
It's in front of the building, okay.
Yeah.
That clarifies for me a little bit of that, because I was thinking, if children are going to be, running away from parents or whatever, going to a dangerous part of the lot. Okay, so I'm fine, the way it is. I'm fine with your request to regarding the bike rack on a, I'm okay with your request to move it, to the side. And I'm also okay with your request to move the picnic table to the back, which is, I think, it goes in agreement with my other two colleagues on the side here. Regarding the balcony, I think there is a moot point by now, since you are indicated that no balcony have been proposed.
They're showing balconies on the top elevation there is the one that faces the parking lot. They do show them there, but the concern that I understood is on the back side.
The back.
When they're not proposing them there.
So I'm for it.
Thank you. Board Member Cortez actually makes a good point that that I didn't think about, but thank you for raising. You must have to go before the Conservation Commission as well, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Where they'll talk a little bit about what are the things to protect the wetlands, which was one of my favorite things when I was on that board to talk about. So thank you for raising that. I totally missed that, so thank you. Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, I'm in general agreement. I think this is a good project. I think there's no reason not to approve this. I'm okay with all the changes. With regarding the bike rack, we could leave it. Do we need to specify where? Or we could just say that you need to have a bike rack. You decide where, right? Right. So.
I like that. That's a better.
Okay. But otherwise, yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made so far.
Okay. Board Member Torcono.
No comment.
Board Member Sacco.
No comment.
Board Member Moremi.
No comment.
Okay. No one else is rushing the stand, so I will take a motion to close.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Moremi.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 35 and 37 State Road?
I'd like to make a motion on 35 and 37 State Road for a variance the first two are amendments to the previously approved permit. A variance for relief of 5.9 from the 10-foot minimum side yard setback requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling use in an RL7 zone, and a special permit to allow multifamily low-rise dwelling in an RL7 zone. And for additional relief as follows: a variance for relief of 13.69 feet from the 200-foot minimum frontage requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling use in a BL1 zone, for relief of 1.5 feet from the 10-foot minimum front yard setback requirement for a low-family low-rise dwelling in a BL1 zone, multifamily low-rise dwelling. Variance for relief of 3.1 feet from the 10-foot minimum side yard setback requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling use in a BL1 zone. A variance for relief of 9.3 feet from the 20-foot minimum rear yard setback requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling use in an RL7 zone. And a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, subject to the recommendations and conditions as set out in the staff memo on page 4 of 5, with the following changes. 1C would reflect reflective one-way glazing for the ground level slider patios to screen headlights. 1J would depict the required 10% square footage of recreational space provided outdoors as legally required. 1K, reflect one bike rack per the city's bike parking guidelines and exclude and just cross out near the main entrance. And 1M would reflect one bench along the proposed pathways and one picnic table in the rear of the building, with the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Moremi.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is 72 Arlington Street.
This one I'll do fast. I think. Maybe not. Single family.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Paul Moran. I represent the petitioner for this property, Asad Shalab. We had submitted an application for 72 Arlington, specifically related to 2 lots, Lot 1R and 1L, both seeking relief for 3.5 feet from the 30-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family semi-detached dwelling. Each specific lot currently has 26.5 feet to meet the specific requirements, but those are the proposed variances that are being requested today.
Okay, city staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Lath again for the Planning Division. Presently on the premise at 72 Arlington Street is a vacant lot. This is in the RG5 zoning district, and the applicant seeks to construct a single-family semi-detached dwelling and make associated site improvements. The requested relief is for Lot 1R, a variance for 3.5 feet from the 30-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family detached dwelling in the RG5 zoning district, and for Lot 1L for relief of 3.5 feet from the 30-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family detached dwelling in the RG5 zoning district. Staff did have some questions and comments on this one as well. This lot does have a grade in the rear that is greater than 15%. So the applicant is proposing a dry well within that slope. And then the applicant proposes to regrade a small portion of the rear of the southern lot at the rear of the proposed structure. This regrading will result in a change of approximately 4 feet, and the plans do not indicate how the applicant intends to stabilize the slope. However, this information should be updated because this will have to go to site plan for approval. So that's just kind of a point of information for the applicant. The architecture plans show that the proposed structure will have decks and stairs in the rear of each dwelling. But those decks and stairs are not reflected on the civil plans. So we'll need to make sure that that happens. And then we, of course, always ask for extra trees. So we're looking for the applicant to add a couple trees in the rear yards. And I think that is pretty much it. This was not a whole lot. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Is anyone here for 72 Arlington Street? Please come forward. Yep. Just to state your, if you could give some space for the person to testify, just state your name and city, town of residence, please. You can sit there. You can use the microphone, whatever works best for you. No problem at all. If you could just press the button so that we can get your, when it's green. There you go, you're ready.
Please bear with me. I'm new to this whole progress.
No problem, please.
My concerns are as a
If you could just state your name and city of town of residence,
To
please.
the chair, my name is Earl Turner. I own 76 Arlington Street.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. My concerns is, has any study been done on the traffic up there, the parking? Because there's literally no parking up there whatsoever. During the winter season, they actually use their lot, the city does, to push the snow because there's literally nowhere to park. My next question is, and this might be premature, I do not know, okay, the sewer system, does he plan on tying into the source system that was originally there, that was dead-ended when the house that was there was ripped off? Because the source system there is a private source system, which myself and my neighbor own, and it dumps out on Winthrop Street, which means everything coming out of their house will be going through our yards to dump out onto Winthrop Street. The system is a clay pipe for the majority of the system. The city told me many years ago that the system belongs to us, okay? Then that was the first time we had a problem. I replaced 29 feet with the Schedule 80 green pipe myself. The second time we had a problem, they said, oh, it's still your problem, you own it. The third time, a woman named Deb Davis, I want to believe was her name, said, no, you cannot work on this system it ties into the city, okay? But I contested it. The city sent me a cease and desist. I contested it and took it in front of Judge Martin. I won the judgment with Judge Martin. He came up, he said, you do have to pull a permit, end of story. But that is what my concerns are. I don't know if I'm premature. I just don't want this to get pushed through. This is the first time that I heard they plan on doing something with this property. Is there going to be places for people to park? Because there is, I'm not exaggerating, there is virtually no place to park up there during the winter season. I guess that's where I am.
Thank you very much. Those are really great questions. This is,
Here, do I
you
sit
can,
back
you
down?
can stay, you should probably go sit back down unless you have something else to say, but those are great questions. Thank you very much for them. So I think we can answer the first one from the plans and the applicant can correct me. And the second one's actually a great question that I absolutely do not know the answer to. The first is that it looks like they have all the parking they require on site. So they have a driveway into a parking garage. So they should park off the street. There should be no sort of parking on the street. Is that correct? That's what I understood it from.
Correct, there is a driveway that's.
Yeah, so there's a driveway with a garage, so they'll pull in to that to park off the street. So that at least is that they meet their parking requirements, so there's no other study. Your question about the sewer system this is a new problem. I actually don't know at all the answer to this, and I'm looking to the city staff for some answers for it, because that's a great question. We have to look into it might be a planning or?
Through the chair, can you restate the question?
Yeah, so I'm guessing it's not in our purview, but I guess just for the applicant's sake and for the resident who did make the trip, what is the sort of process of assessing, like, I've never heard of a private sewer system, so I'm befuddled by our oversight / planning oversight / what we should advise the person who's here before.
Sure, so utility-related matters would be something that DPW would typically comment on during the site plan review process. So this project, as my colleague stated, will require site plan review, so it's something that DPW can comment on there. Related to public infrastructure, ultimately, if there's an interconnection with public infrastructure, that's something that DPW permits. If there is in fact private infrastructure, the specifics of the private ownership will dictate how the connection would occur.
Okay, so to put it to layman's terms, I think the next stop for this, should this move past this board, is the planning division, and they deal with the sort of Department of Public Works, which would look at the sort of connections. But I think for the applicant, this is actually a good flag for you to get some clarification, since if this is a private connection, you'll either have to deal with the person who you go through or some other form of whatever sort of private decisions will have to be made with the neighbors to make sure that that flows properly. And before you come to the planning board, my suggestion is to make sure you have some answers on that, because that's where they'll have to make a suggestion. So we don't have oversight over that at this board, it sounds like, but the next board does. And if you have questions about that, please do get the contact information for the city staff, and they can walk you through that process. You have to come up and talk to the mic, I'm sorry. No, please. This is, we'd like to make it available for folks, so go ahead.
Will the next process notify me of a meeting so that
Yes.
I can go to that?
You'll be notified beforehand, but also if you get the city staff's information, they can also make sure to keep you up to date.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your great questions. Thank you.
I can make a comment to
Yes,
sort
please,
of
go
towards
ahead.
that as well.
Yeah.
So I spoke to my client just before this. He had pulled me to the side earlier.
Yeah.
The plans do dictate a new sewer system that's being constructed. There is a manhole in front of the property, I'm being told, that they're going to use to connect to the city's sewer. I don't know if that involves what he's referring to or not.
Okay.
That's something, like I said, would have to defer to DPW to see whether it would actually interfere with it or not.
Okay. So everyone will get some clarity, but not our oversight is sort of the answer to your question. Thank you very much. Is anybody else here for 72 Arlington Street? Is anybody online? You can use the raise your hand feature or press *9. Okay, well, just starting with us. I guess the last question I have for the applicant is that we have waivers for two things. Are you requesting the waivers?
You said
On
the waivers?
page 3 of 5 of the staff memo. My suggestion would be to
Just say
request.
yes.
Otherwise, you have to provide it. Are you requesting the waivers?
No.
You would like to request them, is my suggestion. Otherwise, you have to provide that information to us. If you request the waivers, then you don't have to provide this information to us.
Then yes, we are.
Yes, that would be
Sorry,
my,
it is my first time in front of your board.
yeah,
as
no
well.
worries. My suggestion would be to request them. Okay.
Appreciate it.
So there's not a lot of actual recommendations. It's 3.5 feet, it's a split level, and a place that is literally, there's a empty spot, and there's already a curb cut because there was something there. So this is pretty straightforward for me. I think it's got the parking off-site, so there's not going to be sort of increase of that. And the questions that there are, which are good questions, are not our questions. So the things that we have oversight over, this seems pretty straightforward, so I'm going to vote yes. I think the other thing that's good for you to just hear from the staff is that I'm really glad that you're doing a dry well. I think that's fantastic. It's a good way to be a good neighbor. But just make sure that you indicate moving forward, if this moves forward, how they plan to stabilize that in the background for the planning site. But that's also a really good thing to do in terms of keeping water sort of in a functioning way, so that's also, thank you for that. It's good. All right, Board Member Abramoff.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, you're okay with the conditions? They're kind of minimal, but you're okay with those? On page 3 of 5?
Sorry, Mike. Are you referring to by right development alternatives? or-
No, prior to the issuance of a building permit, 1, A and B, and 2.
3 of 5, page 3 of 5 at the top, recommendation if approved.
Correct, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Those are okay? Okay, fine, I have no problem with this.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Cortez?
Through the chair. The request for variance and for the permit is very small. Very small, so I have no problem to move on with it. The only thing I was going to also point out was regarding the sewer brought up by an abatement here, and that's going to be taken care of through the public works. So I'm fine, ready to vote for it.
Okay. Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, I have no additional comments to make.
Board Member Turcono?
No comment.
Board Member Sacco?
No comment.
Board Member Moremi, excuse me.
No comment.
Okay, in that case, I'll take a motion to close.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Turcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 72 Arlington Street?
I'd like to make a motion for 72 Arlington Street for the issuance of variance for relief of 3.5 feet from the 30-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family semi-detached dwelling in the RG5 zone for Lot 1R, and for Lot 1L, the same variance for relief of 3.5 feet from the 30-foot minimum frontage requirement, with the conditions of approval set out in the staff memo on page 3 of 5, and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Turcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you, Board.
Next up is number 8, 680 Grafton Street. And also 1 through 111 Renfrey Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Mark Borenstein, attorney at the law firm of Prince LaBelle here in Worcester. I am joined this evening by my co-counsel, Don O'Neill, who represents the property owner. We're seeking certain types of relief associated with both properties in connection with an ultimate definitive frontage subdivision approval, and also to cure some existing nonconformities on the site. So we have a slide deck just to run through with you guys. So this is the subject property. You can see, grab the mic and kind of walk around. So the upcoming slides are a little bit clearer, but you'll see here, these are the two existing structures that we'll be talking the most about this evening. This is 7 through 11 Renfro Street. This is 680 Grafton Street. This is 1 through 5 Renfro Street. And this is up here, a portion of 680 Graff Street. Maybe next slide, Amy Beth, please. It's Lincoln. I also have Patrick Healy from Thompson Liston, who's the engineer for the project. So these are the existing lots. We're going to be talking about the separation of the lots this evening, so I just want to kind of orient folks on the existing lots themselves. Lot 1, Lot 2, that's how they're referenced in the recorded plan. So 1 through, we'll call it 1 Renfro Street, 7 through 11 Renfro Street, 680 Grafton Street. Next slide, please, Amy Beth. Yep, it's a massive slide. So this partially constructed building is at 680 Grafton Street. It's a 2-family building. You can see that it's near completion. Next slide, please. So this is kind of the interior lot, if you will, on the site. This is 7 through 11 Renfro Street. You can see there are 3 single-family attached dwelling units. There are some driveway parking spaces along Renfro Street. Next slide, please, Amy Beth. Okay, so these are the 2 additional driveways on the site. You'll see here, this is the more northerly driveway. This is the portion that we will be incorporating into 680 Grafton Street. And this is the southerly driveway, which we will be closing. So this is the driveway that we're going to be extending as part of the site improvement. So next slide, please, Amy Beth. Okay. So just to reorient folks again, 1 Renfro Street, 680 Grafton Street, and then we have 7 through 11 Renfro Street. So these are now going to be the proposed lots based on the relief that we're seeking this evening. I try to keep the colors the same. Okay, so the purpose of these applications is to make this portion of the site, which will now merge this northerly portion of 680 Grafton Street, approximately 3,870 square feet, with 1 Renfro Street. This will allow for a more developable portion of the property along Grafton Street. And then we're going to be taking this 1,201 square foot lot, a portion of the property, from 7 through 11 Renfro Street and adding it to 680 Grafton Street. So in effect, we're taking away some of the frontage from this particular lot and adding it to this lot to provide access to Renfro Street. And we'll also include modifications to the existing driveway to provide that connectivity to 680 Grafton Street. Previously, this driveway was going to be proposed along the southerly portion of the property, but it wouldn't provide sufficient frontage to provide access to the lot. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the layout. So as I said before, we're extending the driveway to provide connectivity to this partially constructed 2-family building. In addition, we're closing that curb cut, and that's effectively all of the improvements that we're making on site. So extending the driveway, closing this curb cut. Next slide, please. Okay, that gradient got weird. So we're seeking a suite of relief with respect to both properties. So a frontage for 680 Grafton Street, as we talked about before, there's only 20 feet of frontage along Renfro Street to provide access to that rear portion of the lot. We're seeking a special permit because certain portions of the driveway do not comply with the dimensional requirements associated with off-street parking driveway requirements. We're seeking a frontage variance for 7 through 11 Renfro Street because, as I said before, we reduced the amount of frontage to provide that additional frontage for 680 Grafton Street. Because we created new lot lines, the side yard setback, like right here, is no longer compliant. So we're seeking relief associated with that side yard setback. And this building, although it's constructed, the rear decks protrude into the rear yard setback. So we're just seeking a variance to correct that nonconformity on the site. And we're also seeking a special permit associated with the parking and driveway layout because we have 1 extra driveway, even though there'll be these modifications. We're seeking 1 parking space of relief. And I think if we go to the next slide, there might be something else. Okay. Landscape setback. Thank you, Patrick. So I have these handy dandy arrows to just reorient you guys. Side yard setback here, rear yard setback here, frontage for 7 through 11 Renfro Street, and then frontage for 680 Grafton Street. Next slide, please. Okay, so driveway buffer area, seeking relief for 7 Renfro Street. Number and width of the driveways, so some of the driveways are a little bit wider than permissible under the zoning ordinance, or seeking relief for that. 1 parking space of relief, and the driveway buffer for 680 Grafton Street. Next slide, please, Amy Beth. That actually might be it, right? Cool. All right, with that, I'll turn it over to staff. We have some requested changes to the conditions of approval, but we'll take it after that. Thank you.
Sure, through the chair, this is Michelle Smith. I'm the city's planning division. As you heard in front of you, you actually have 2 different applications. So I think we called both items on the agenda this evening concurrently. So we're hearing 2 different cases, the application for 680 Grafton Street, which is also known as Lot A, and the application for 1 through 11, also known as 7 through 11 Renfrew Street, which is Lot E. On the plans. So just to be clear, you have 2 different applications in front of you. You will need to take 2 separate motions should you move to a vote, but they're essentially a combined project. And so we've provided 1 comment memo that addresses both cases. So in terms of what is in front of you this evening, there are 4 requests for variances and 2 different special permit requests across the 2 different properties. So specifically at 680 Grafton Street, which is the rear lot, the blue lot that you see here. Today, the frontage is accessed over Grafton Street. Technically speaking, the structure is under construction, so the actual site access has not been fully configured at this point, but it has been for construction through Renfrew Street. So the applicant's looking to formalize that with the change to these lot lines. To propose basically 3 different lots with a remnant lot that is essentially the intersection of Renfrew and Grafton Street. So they're seeking a special permit for both lots relative to the landscape requirements, so the setback for the driveway, which requires 3 feet, which they don't have given where the lot lines are proposed. They're essentially bisecting the existing driveway to the north, which is proposed to essentially be reallocated from the existing structure in the front to the existing structure that's under construction in the back to create the new driveway to serve that structure that's under construction. So that's what that special permit is for 680 Grafton Street. And then the same with respect to the special permit for the Renfrew Street lot. In addition, they're seeking that special permit to reduce the parking requirements by 1 parking space. That existing driveway to the north has parking in it, and as they eliminate that and reallocate that to the other lot, they're short 1 parking stall. You can see the 5 different garage bays that exist, 1 for each of the units, and then I think there's 1 unit that has a couple spaces, but essentially they end up short because they can't technically park in the front yard as you see folks doing, because that is mostly actually the street, and so essentially they're blocking what would be the sidewalk in this area, so there's not typically parking that's allowed in that location. For dimensional purposes, both lots are seeking relief for frontage. So this reallocation is requiring frontage relief. 60 feet is being relieved or sought for relief for 680 Grafton Street. So that's the small amount of frontage you see in the blue area. And then for the yellow area, they're seeking relief, which again, that's Lot E that they're proposing, the 7 to 11 Renfrew. They're seeking relief of about 10 and a half feet for that particular lot with respect to frontage. For that same lot, they're also seeking relief, as you heard, related to the rear yard setback for the existing structures and decks. So they're seeking 13.8 feet of relief at the nearest point for the deck that encroaches furthest into that setback. And then for the side yard, which again is the north side of the property, where they're introducing that lot line between the blue lot and the yellow or orange lot here, that's 7.7 feet of relief. So practically speaking, that's a 2.3 foot setback on that side. So that is the relief that's in front of you for consideration this evening. In terms of by right development options, obviously as the lots are today, they have adequate frontage. So in terms of the density component, that would be not an issue if it was left the way that it is. The retroactive relief for the decks, the applicant's option is essentially to remove or alter the decks in a way that they would comply with the zoning requirements. Otherwise, the driveway issues that were noted are existing nonconformities that are not proposed to be changed through the proposal. In terms of the landscape comments as well as the side setback, the applicant could shift the property lines and shift the driveway further to the north to accommodate that. That's 2.3 feet of relief, so they could just shift the property line by 2.3 feet, remove the driveway, create a 3-foot buffer, and then have everything slide further to the north. So those are ways that they could cure those issues. Ultimately, the applicants indicated that would interfere with their proposal for the Lot C, which is the green lot, for which the development plans are not part of this proposal. If the board wishes to seek information on that, they would need to ask the applicant to provide that. In terms of our comments, I'm going to jump right to the comments that we have mostly relate to landscaping. So to the south of all of these properties, there's an easement, an access easement associated with municipal drainage. Part of that area is a driveway and has been used to gain access during construction to the site. And as part of that, we want to ensure that the portion that was converted from landscaping to hardscaping gets closed up. So we're looking for that to be addressed. Sorry, I might sneeze. Apologies. In terms of the driveway, we're looking for that to be reseeded as one of the conditions of approval. We're also looking for some trees to be protected during construction, or what remains for construction on the north side of the driveway, as well as some additional plantings to be incorporated into the site design to help offset the additional impervious that's being created through the development. The area itself is located just off of Grafton Street, generally speaking to the south and west, mostly residential. Along the kind of commercial corridor of Grafton Street, you've got a mix of different commercial uses, including the automotive uses, the gas station and vehicle sales that occur on the neighboring property, as well as retail across the street. It's walkable within 500 feet is the nearest bus stop, and it's in our managed growth area in the long-range plan because of that walkability to transit. We have recommendations for conditions of approval on pages 7 and 8 of the staff memo. They're structured for each application. There are 2 waivers that are noted that are required for both applications, so the same, but the conditions, while they have overlap, there are some nuances between them. I know the applicant indicated they have some requests for modifications to that, which are happy to hear those from the applicant, but they did indicate specifically that at the moment, because of the common ownership of the property, they would request that under Lot A, items 3 and 4, and under Lot E, items 3 and 4 get shifted to prior to conveyance, since at the moment they are unable to grant by law an easement to themselves. And so this would be at a time where they would become independently owned. Prior to that, they would have to provide that evidence of that recorded easement. I'm not sure if there are others, but that's the one that I am aware of at the moment. And happy to answer any questions that the board members might have, but they will require a frontage subdivision if the board does approve this to allow the actual lot lines to be reconfigured, because it's just a concept at this point. So the planning board would need to review that, and we will readdress the properties as part of this reconfiguration. Thanks.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, we would respectfully request the waivers recommended by staff. Thank Ms. Smith regarding the easements. That definitely addresses that concern, making them prior to any conveyance of the property. The other conditions that we'd ask that the board take under consideration is striking condition 5 of both applications. These are existing buildings. 7 through 11 Renfrew Street has been fully constructed. 680 Grafton Street, the 2-family there, is nearly fully constructed. We're only seeking to really modify the existing lot lines and add this driveway. We would ask that if the board sees fit to strike that requirement to provide an as-built plan, it's an added expense for the developer, property owner. I think the other point, and this is through the chair to staff, with respect to condition 7, no parking allowed in the front yard. So we recognize that the driveway is fairly short, but certainly folks are parking there currently. There are garages, but folks park there periodically. Those, yeah, right there, thank you. As you can see in that image, we are seeking the special permit. We would ask that that relief be applied to that as well, to the extent that that's permissible under the ordinance. So that would be struck and have the relief reflect that permissibility as well.
Okay. And just to clarify for folks here, we actually opened item number 8 and item number 13, which is listed on here as 1 and 7 Renfro Street, but in reality is 1 through 11 Renfrew, I don't know how to say it, Renfrew Street.
I think it's Renfrew. I honestly don't know.
We'll fix that addressing, like I said.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, through the chair, just consulting with Mr. Horn. So we're comfortable striking the requirement for the as-built for the existing structure at 7 to 11, but an as-bilt's required as part of the closeout of the building permit for the active construction. So we would recommend you retain condition 5 under Lot A, as that's required anyways.
That's acceptable to the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
If there was another one, I missed it, just as we were consulting.
7
7,
for B,
7.
or E, Lot E, rather.
because it's happening.
So currently, as you can, through the chair to Ms. Smith and Mr. Horn, you can see that there are vehicles parking in the front of the property, in those driveway areas. They're likely to continue to park there, practically. So given that we're seeking the special permit, we would ask that the relief that we're seeking through the special permit be applied to parking in the front yard there.
Okay. Is anyone here for 680 Grafton Street and/or 1 through 11 Renfrew Street? Yes. Please come forward to state your name and city, town of residence, if you guys can make some space for them. Just, you have to go up into the microphone for the record. Yeah, just speak into the green thing.
I'm Lori Benincasa,
Michael Benincasa.
and this is Michael Benincasa.
And what's your city of town of residence, please?
We live in former Graff Road in Millbury, Mass.
Okay, thank you so much. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, they're the property owners.
Is there something you would like to say?
No.
Oh, okay.
Other than he's in favor.
Okay, no problem.
Strongly in support, Mr. Chair.
You're probably in support. Great.
Here we are.
Okay, is anybody else here for? Is anybody online? Use the *9 or raise your hand function. Okay. As this is an unusual one for us, but since most of the things are already built and this is just moving some property lines and also making more housing accessible through the process, I'm amenable to moving this forward. I think the applicant's agreeance, we agree to, I'm amenable to us striking number 5 on 7, 9, and 11 Renfrew Street, as I don't think we need an as-built for that, keeping it for the Lot A, aka 680, and I'm comfortable striking number 7 and perpetual, since that's practically what's happening, and so trying to enforce something that's not going to happen feels like not a good use of our time. Other than that, I'm happy to move this forward. Board Member Bromoff.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have no problem with this, including striking the parking, allowing the parking, and number 5 in the second thing. I'm just curious, if this is currently 3 lots under common ownership, why doesn't the city treat it as one lot? Usually they
Yeah, that's a great question.
automatically join it, and you got one big lot, and then you'd come back afterwards.
Certainly. So through the chair, staff and the applicant explored that. Ultimately, this relief provides flexibility to the property owners that if in the future they decided to convey out the property, they can do that. So we're seeking the flexibility now to establish those lots going forward.
But the city is not treating this, at least the assessor's office is not treating this as one lot?
I don't know how the assessor's office is treating it. I do know that they're separate lots from an assessment perspective, but I don't know how they're treating it in terms of taxes.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Abramoff, I think the issue is the lots as currently configured are conforming. So it's when you have a merger situation typically when you don't conform, so that if you have the required frontage and area, you can own 10 lots on a street. If they're all meeting the dimensional requirements, you don't get a merger situation. And also, in this case, there are two structures. There's one existing structure and then the other one that get built. So if you have a building on it, it also eliminates the merger situation because the properties are then treated, it's not excess area, it's the area that's required, for that particular structure. So I think it's because they're all would-be conforming lots, and you could, as evidenced by the fact that there are building permits that were issued for the new structure, and then the other area under the other configuration was, I believe that green area would also qualify in terms of area and frontage as a separate buildable lot.
I mean, it's really not relevant to this, I'm just curious,
Yeah.
and so we'll just, I'm in support of it, no problem.
Appreciate the question. Just one thing I want to note for the board before any votes are taken. With respect to the findings, just notice this for B for 1 and 7 Renfrew Street. It says the existing single-family attached dwelling building meets the minimum off-street parking requirements. It will meet the minimum off-street parking once the special permit has been granted. So I just want to make sure that's reflected and that the findings are accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair. I don't have, number of comments, but I would be in favor of allowing parking in the front. Basically, looking in some of the parking requirements, you actually, because the driveway reconfiguration in there, you're going to be losing one parking.
Right.
And because of that, you can now use the front to replace that.
Right.
It makes sense to me, going against the stuff. But I'm in favor of the project. That's
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Barton Hagan.
Through the chair, I guess I have a couple of questions for staff. I generally speaking, I don't have a problem either with striking perpetual number 7, but I just wanted to make sure that the staff didn't have any thoughts on the parking situation beforehand.
Yeah, through the chair, so just to comment on that. So we don't allow parking, we've never allowed parking in the front yard. You just simply can't do it. The fact that people are doing it is just, we're not enforcing it. There's no way for us to allow it from a zoning perspective because it's a prohibition on the use.
Okay.
So we've never allowed for that modification. So in similar situations where the lot depth doesn't accommodate a vehicle between basically the street and where the structure is located, in this instance, what you see between the actual street is about 10 feet. It's not deep enough to accommodate much than maybe like a Mini Cooper or a smart car. So there could be some cars that would be able to park there, but the prohibition in the zoning ordinance is that we don't allow for parking in the front yard or the front yard setback, whichever is less. In this case, the front yard is the least distance, so we simply just don't allow it. So we're just reiterating that here because we can see that the behavior is occurring. So it's not allowed per the zoning ordinance.
So striking this wouldn't have any impact on the city's ability to enforce?
It wouldn't. It would just increase the owner's awareness, and if it were to convey an understanding for that to carry forward for a future owner who may understand the existing condition that's occurring to be something that's allowed when it in fact isn't.
In that case, I probably wouldn't be against striking that because it doesn't make a difference one way or the other. And this way, when that gets transferred to a new owner, this will be in the permit and might give some clarity. The fact that this is happening and is not being enforced is neither here nor there as far as this is concerned. So I would say we should keep that. My other question is, on 3 and 4, on both of these, I know that it's prior to any conveyance of the property. Right now, it's under the prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Is that a separate section entirely? Okay.
Yep, through the chair, we'd have to create new sections for that. It's unusual, typically that's not the circumstance you see with a given property, but given this one, I think that is unique. And to be clear, for 7, if it would be helpful for the applicant, we can say pursuant to table 4.4 note C1, like, we can clarify the specific prohibition in the ordinance where that's outlined, if that's helpful. And in the future, should that change, that simply would not apply. So we can clarify that that language is relative to that provision of the current zoning ordinance, if that would help the applicant.
I guess at the end of everyone's comments, we should open the parking back up for discussion for people. But otherwise, I'm okay with striking condition 5 for Lot E, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the law regardless. I guess that's the reason I was thinking of striking it, is it's redundant, but also you're right, like, we could keep it.
If the board sees fit to keep it, we're fine with that as well. That's fine.
Okay. Board member Torcono?
No comment.
Board member Sacco?
No additional comment.
Board member Marami?
No comment.
Okay. In that case, I like the addition of the change to 7 as stated by Michelle Smith. So I think that's a good sort of compromise to state it's restating the law. So with that, I'll take a motion to close.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion to close,
My vote is yes.
Board member Cortez?
Yes.
Board member Torcono?
Yes.
Board member Maremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion, first on 680 Grafton Street?
I'd like to make a motion for Lot A, AKA 680 Grafton Street, for issuance of a permit with a variance for relief of 60 feet from the 80-foot minimum frontage requirement for a two-family dwelling use in a BL1 zone, and for a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, with the subject to the conditions as set out in the staff memorandum on page 7 of 13. With these changes, moving the current conditions 3 and 4, which are now situated under prior to issuance or certificate of occupancy, those would be subject to prior to any conveyance of the property instead, and with the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
So moved.
On the motion, board member.
Second.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I
Yeah.
believe we're striking 5 as well, though.
Not for Lot.
Oh,
A.
sorry, you're right. Sorry, Mr. Chair. So
Wait,
that's
I got
6.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for remembering. I apologize. Board member Abramoff.
My vote is yes.
Board member Cortez.
Yes.
Board member Torcono.
Yes.
Board member Maremi.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Okay. Is there a motion on 1 through 11 Renfree Street, Lot E?
I'd like to make a motion for Lot E, AKA 7, 9, and 11 Renfrew Street, for a permit with a variance for relief of 10.42 feet from the 120-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family attached dwelling use in a BL1 zone, a variance for relief of 13.8 feet from the 20-foot minimum rear yard setback requirement for a single-family attached dwelling use in a BL1 zone, for relief, a variance for relief of 7.7 feet from the 10-foot minimum side yard setback requirement for a single-family attached dwelling use in a BL1 zone, and for a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, subject to the conditions set out in the staff memo on pages 7 to 8 of the staff memorandum, again with the same changes to existing conditions 3 and 4, which will now be subject to prior to any conveyance of the property, the elimination of condition 5, and the change to perpetual condition 7. No parking should be allowed in the front yard pursuant to the current zoning ordinance and rules, and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion, board member Abramoff.
My vote is yes.
Board member Cortez.
Yes.
Board member Torcono.
Yes.
Board member Maremi.
Yes.
My vote's yes.
Sorry, did we strike 5?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion for a 10-minute recess, 5-minute recess.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
5-minute recess.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Oh, Jesus. we're going to go out of order and take number 11, 28 Trent Road, to try to get some folks who are here in. So the applicant's here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, again, Mark Bornstein, I'm attorney at the law firm Principal Bell here in Worcester, representing the applicants. Before you are applications for variances associated with an existing lot at 28 Trent Road. Maybe, Amy, you could advance the slide. You're good. So the lot itself is under 5,000.
Recording stop. Recording in progress.
Cool. All right.
Go ahead.
So it's a vacant existing lot in a primarily single-family neighborhood. It's in the RS7 zoning district. Given that it's in the RS7 zoning district, requires a minimum of 7,000 square feet. Next slide, please, Amy Beth. Unfortunately, the lot is 4,050 square feet. You can see this lovely map from 1919. All of these lots are 4,050 square feet. Unfortunately, it was never developed, and statutorily, it's not protected, given that the statute requires 5,000 square feet to be a buildable single-family lot. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing a single-family house on the property with related site improvements, driveway, deck. Next slide, please. Lovely layout, 2 bedrooms. Next slide, please. Some elevations. Next slide, please. This is why we do the video, so we have to keep saying next slide. So just to summarize the relief, as I said before, it's 4,050 square feet. We're seeking 2,950 square feet of relief, frontage. It's a narrow lot in that it has an existing 45 feet of frontage, required 25 feet of relief, given that, well, actually 20 feet of relief, rather. I don't know why it says 25 feet of relief to create a buildable lot. Next slide, please. So this, I think, is really helpful to explain context. So as I showed you before, there are quite a few lots previously that were created over 4,050 square feet. There are 2 existing single-family houses that are on those undersized lots currently in the neighborhood. So you can see 15 Torrent Road is 4,050 square feet, is occupied by a single-family house, and 35 Benedict Road is also occupied by a single-family house. So what we're seeking is very much consistent with the neighborhood. Unfortunately, the applicant can't acquire land on the adjacent properties because they're occupied by existing single-family houses. So we're seeking the relief, and we would respectfully request the waivers recommended by staff, all the conditions of approval, and we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thanks.
Okay, city staff.
Sure, through the chair, this is Michelle Smith again in the city's planning division. So in front of you this evening, you have a request for 2 variances for this property at 28 Trent Road. This is an RS7 zoning district, which is a single family by right. In this case, while the use is allowed by right, the lot itself is undersized and doesn't afford any form of development on the property. In terms of staff comments, we had a few questions that we had posed to the applicant, particularly related to stormwater runoff and what the proposal would be for any form of mitigation of that. Questions about installation of walkways or landing associated with the stairs to connect the entrance to either an abutting street or to the driveway. And then there is a large birch tree that's off-site on the neighboring property, but given the size of the tree and the drip line, we wanted to ensure that that would be protected during construction, and just to make sure that the applicant adds some notes related to protection for that tree. So again, off property, but just the drip line carrying forward. So the neighborhood, in terms of what's there for land use, predominantly single-family homes in the area. There are some 2 families interspersed throughout, but predominantly single-family homes. This is a baseline growth area in the citywide long-range plan. Essentially, it's more than a half-mile walk shed from transit, so it's kind of in a background growth area. Obviously, by right, typically properties can have ADUs. In this case, because they can't have that first primary unit, without some form of dimensional relief, an ADU would not be something that would be permitted. But were the board to provide dimensional relief relative to this, the applicant could not only construct a single-family home, but could also potentially construct an ADU within the confines of the law. In terms of conditions, we do have recommendations for conditions of approval on page 3, should the board move to a vote, and that relates to protection of the birch tree on the neighboring property, and then adding landing at the base of the stairs, and then typical conditions that you would see related to an as-built, consistent design with what is submitted to the board as the project moves forward. We have identified one waiver that would be required that the applicant has not requested, but should if we move forward. And we did note in terms of prior history that back in December of 2016, the board denied the requested variances for essentially the same relief to construct a single-family dwelling. So just wanted to provide that as context. So specifically, the total amount of relief, as you see on the materials provided in the staff memo, they're seeking relief for just under 3,000 square feet from the 7,000 square foot lot area. So that's 42% relief for the single family dwelling. And then for frontage, they're seeking relief of 20 feet from the 65-foot frontage requirement. Again, for the single family dwelling, that's about 30%, just under 31% relief. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Okay. Is anyone here for 28 Trent Road? Please come forward, state your name and city and town residence. One at a time. It's my only request. Yeah, just come forward. Yeah, just come forward, state your name and city, town of residence.
Could I approach the bench? You?
Pictures? Yes, you can bring them to me and we'll put them into the record. You just have to state your name before you speak formally.
My name is John Spazzato. I live at 25 Trent Road. I'm one lot down from here.
Okay. Thank you very much. No worries.
There's a little history to this street. It used to be a private street, and we petitioned to have it paved, and because it was half public and half private. And there was only 2 people that lived up there. Everybody lived on the opposite streets, and we managed to get it approved. And so the city assessed the street with all the plumbing, so all the lots up there were not buildable. So there's no sewerage that runs from my house up. So where they would like to put the house, it's a great option, but there's no sewerage. The only line that goes up the street is water, because we had a dead-end line. So the city wanted to continue it so you get constant water flow. That's the only line that's under the street. If this gets approved, who would pay for the sewage line going up the street? Would that be the owners?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a problem. We've already petitioned, we got the street all paved, and it wouldn't be fair to us to get hit with it now. It's all done. The city already assessed this a while back. It's been petitioned not too long ago for a variance. Somebody wanted to build, and the Carlsons also helped us fight the guy as far as that it's not a buildable lot, and it was thrown out. So the guy couldn't build. He ended up selling the land to the Carlsons. The Carlsons bought the land, so they actually knew what they were buying, that it's a non-buildable lot. And the worst thing I don't like to do is argue with neighbors, but they knew what they were buying. Anyways, as those pictures, that's reality right there. It's showing a 40-foot wide street. The street is not 40 feet wide. It's only 26 feet wide. You can't even get a fire truck. If 2 cars parked side by side like they have, you can't get a fire apparatus or an ambulance through there. Those cars are from Benedict Road. Benedict Road is an overflow. There's rentals properties. Sometimes they park there, and they can park there because they own land on that street. So that happens once in a while. In the wintertime, if they build a house on this, it's going to be non-passable because you lose about 2 feet every time they plow. That's just the way it is. The street's only 26 feet wide.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
For the, what am I looking at?
That's another issue. That's looking from the street down. That's the corner house up at the top of the street.
Yep.
Now, that garage is only 12 feet off the street. How it got that way when it was private, that was put in. So now they paved the street. This street is stuck being 26 feet wide.
I got it. Okay.
So parking's going to be a problem, snow removal's going to be a problem, there's no sewage on the street. I really don't think this is a good, it's got turned down twice. Again, they knew what they bought as far as when they bought the land, that it was a non-buildable lot. This really can't get passed. I mean, they don't live on the street, I do, and this is what we're going to be stuck with. I would rather look at the lot like it is now than, I mean, our house would be beautiful, but the living standards are going to really be lousy.
Okay.
Every house that's been sold on our street in that area has 2 to 3 cars.
Okay, thank you very much.
I hope.
I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, who's ever like to go ahead, please. Just state your name and city, town of residence, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leonard Chifredo, Worcester, Mass. Mr. Chairman, I don't live in the neighborhood. My sister lives on the next street, on Benedict Road, close to this. I live a couple of streets down. But I'm here tonight to support this. You know, I've watched over the past 10 years the city of Worcester, you know, pass out dimensional relief and special permits for large, high-density housing. And I think something that's going to afford some home ownership to somebody is something that we should strive for. You know, I would take single-family homes on small lots over giant apartment buildings any day. So I'm here to support it, and hope the board will see fit to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If anybody else would like to come forward, please state your name, city, town, and residence. Yes, please come forward. We're happy to have everyone speak. Just go ahead and come forward.
How you doing? My name is Gary Richardson. My wife and I live across from the lot that's requesting a variance. Number one, it's not a buildable lot. Many years when the lot first went up for sale, I wanted to buy it, and they told me the most I can do with it is make a garden. No building, no nothing, absolutely dead wasteland. Number one. Number two, once before someone else requested a variance for that lot, and the Carlsons, who didn't even live on the street, fought against it, and that variance was denied. If the lot is a non-buildable lot, and the Carlsons fought it against the last variance, so no one could build on that lot, why did the Carlsons buy the lot? And now they're asking for a variance so they can build, most likely for a profit. How can you justify approving this variance? You can't.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, please come forward. Just state your name and city of town and residence, please.
Hi, Lois Gifredo, 38 Benedict Road. I just want to say that I'm for it. It would make the neighborhood complete if you had a small starter house, a senior house, and it would benefit everybody, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody online? While the next person comes up, if you could just see if anybody's online. Okay. Yep. City of town of residence.
Thank you. My name's Kate Toomey. I live in Worcester. I'm here to support the zoning change to allow a single-family home to be built on this lot. This proposal represents a reasonable use of the property. It's consistent with the character of surrounding residential development and will help provide additional housing opportunities in the community. Over the past few years, I've supported expansion of a housing stock, and allowing construction of this well-designed single-family home on this lot is an appropriate and beneficial use of the land. And parking wouldn't be an issue since they have a driveway already planned for both cars. It's a two-car, actually you could fit 3 cars on there. So thank you very much. I hope you'll take this into consideration.
Thank you very much. State your name, city of town of residence, please.
My name is Tom Generelli. I live on Turin Road. The lot in question is adjacent to my backyard. And I can recall some years when they were having the auction here, I came up here and made a bid to get that piece of property. The reason I did that was that I wanted to clean it out, plant grass, and add it to my backyard where it is now. And I realized that no one could have built a house then because of the lot size. And so I'm just saying, I don't think myself, I don't really agree with a house being put there. Okay?
Thank you very much. Is there anything else?
Pardon?
Is there anything else?
That's it.
Very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you. It does not appear that there's anybody online, so if there's any other comments, if not, we'll go to board comments. I want to make sure everyone feels heard. Okay. First, I just want to thank everyone taking the time to come and review this. So, from my perspective, as somebody we have a bunch of things come before us. I always say the same thing, which is that I want to put single-family homes on plots that can house single-family lots, especially ones that were planned to do so. I think I don't think any of the other usages are actually good usages in a place where we need more. Housing, and we definitely need more starter homes and single-family homes. So I can't speak for the sort of housing situation in the past. What I can say is that past decisions have led to us having a housing crisis. So the fact that we haven't been building is, in fact, part of the problem. So I'm happy to move this forward. This is, for me, pretty straightforward. It's a planned single-family plot that never got built. We've approved many of these since I've been here on the board. And so it's a straightforward request. I will say that there is something particularly unsettling about people opposing it and then buying it and then coming before us, but that's sort of just sort of the merits of the thing. I think I like to stay consistent, and so we consistently approve single-family homes on single-family plots where there should have been building, and that it didn't get built is actually the problem. Literally the problem is that they didn't get built when they should have been built. So I'm happy to move it forward. Board Member Abramoff.
Thank you, through the chair. I generally agree with you. I just want to clarify a couple of things. Are the recommendations of staff agreeable to the applicant?
Chair, they are.
And the waivers, obviously, you request those. Just to be clear, the side yard, front yard, rear yard setbacks are all compliant, zoning compliant? And approximately how many square feet is the house?
It's my understanding from the architectural plans, it's 980 square feet.
So it's a fairly small, 2-bedroom, tidy little...
Correct.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I think I could support this.
Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair, I understand and I know that members, the abutters or neighbors may have or may have different ideas what to do with the land. And that's respected. Some people wanted to do a garden. Some people wanted to just kind of just plant grass there. And some people wanted to build a house. Which I guess is the right for people if they comply with the requirements. And as I do see this single home family blends with the neighborhood, actually makes it look better rather than that empty lot there. So Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty much in forward for it.
Okay. Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair. I think there's, the downside of this is there's a lot of relief that they're requesting. I mean, it's 40-something% smaller than the current zoning. I mean, back when it was subdivided, it was only 5,000 square feet. So if that were the case at that point, you would only need 950 square feet of relief. And since then, it's obviously increased. I do take comfort for the fact that all the setbacks, front yard, side yard, rear yard, are complied with, and it's a relatively small house. I don't think that would be out of proportion for some of the other houses in the neighborhood. The identity of two other lots on adjacent streets that were built and are currently existing on the original 4,050-foot lots shows that it's possible to integrate those kinds of lots into the neighborhood. And I agree that it's like a chicken and the egg here. So we're here saying, well, this was denied 5-10 years ago. Well, maybe that's part of the reason why we now have a housing crisis in Worcester. I mean, one house is not going to solve anything, but denying a house for no compelling, strong reason wouldn't help either. Right now, it's just a bunch of weeds when I drove by. And I do agree with you. I don't like the optics of someone realizing this house was denied a permit, this lot was denied a permit to build, bought it, and then is seeking the same relief later. But I don't want to torpedo something just for that reason that otherwise I believe would assist with the neighborhood, with the town, and the housing crisis we're in. So I'm generally supportive.
Board Member Torcono?
No comment.
Board Member Sacco?
No comment, guys. Thanks.
Board Member Moremi?
No comment.
Okay. I see your hand, so I will, it's a little bit out of order, but I want to give you a chance to speak, so. Okay. In that case, I will take a motion to close.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 28 Trent Road?
I'd like to make a motion on 28 Trent Road for approval of a variance for relief of 2,950 square feet from the 7,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement for a single-family dwelling in an RS7 zoning district, and a variance for relief of 20 feet from the 65-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family dwelling in an RS7 zoning district, subject to the conditions of approval set out on page 3 of 6 of the staff memo and the waiver as requested by the applicant.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much. Next up, we're going to take back in order number 922 Huron Avenue.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Donald O'Neill. I'm a lawyer here in Worcester here this evening on behalf of the applicant in this case.
Just 1 second. I'll ask that if you have any conversation to just please take it outside. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
And the owner is Happy Hen Properties, LLC. We had, last year, had applied for relief for this project. The variance decision was issued in March of 2025, and there was a delay in terms of completing the site plan review process, which is required due to the existing slope on the lot. And unfortunately, it expired before we could get that approval. So we're back to see if we can renew with a new variance relief, the relief that was previously granted. Huron Ave is actually on the map. It goes all the way down to like Pasadena Parkway. However, the last bit of it is, it's on the map, but it's basically impassable. So we do have just under 30 feet of frontage that is was determined by, through a filing that was made or some discussions with the planning board and planning staff. I believe that was deemed to be acceptable. So basically what we're looking for is to use that for the driveway entrance, which is, it's 30 feet of frontage, it's more than enough, and to get relief for the balance of the frontage, with the expectation that the client's property actually goes all the way down to Pasadena Parkway. We have set aside what's called labeled Parcel A on this plan with not to have it considered a buildable structure, but it does have frontage on Huron Ave, and it is not necessary for this project. So the expectation would be some future date, someone might want to build the street, or alternatively, one of the abutters may be interested in purchasing it to augment their lot. So basically, we're just looking for the relief we had last year. Staff, the only there's an additional tree that's required in the last year, and that's acceptable. The other conditions are all agreeable. It's what we agreed to previously. And also, I would request the 2 waivers that are on page 3 of 6.
City staff.
Through the chair, Michelle Smith again in the planning division. So in front of you, you have a request for a variance for 35 feet and change from 65-foot minimum frontage requirement. The board heard this a year ago and voted favorably to issue the relief. The applicant has just over 29 feet of frontage on the street that's improved and usable. And so, as you can see, the remainder of the road is unimproved. If any of you had taken a ride out or walked the neighborhood, you would have seen the condition of the property. It was previously wooded, it was cleared, and then some fill was brought in between 23 and 24, at which point the property was sort of shut down from doing that, and the planning board previously denied an A&R to facilitate kind of reconfiguration of the property lines because it lacked frontage, adequate frontage. So the proposal that's in front of you will require site plan approval from the planning board as well as a definitive frontage subdivision if the applicant wishes to reconfigure the lots with this other potential lot to be conveyed to a neighbor or built upon in the future at some point. So those are additional steps that they need to go through. We had noted previously that the area is located in a managed growth area for the citywide long-range plan because of its accessibility to public transit, so within Watershed. We had asked the applicant to consider reducing the driveway to not be less than, to be no wider than 18 feet, which I don't believe ended up being conditioned, but I don't think we have record of an answer to, so hoping they can confirm that. We also don't have an updated topographic plan, so we'll need that. They'll need to provide that as part of the site plan review process. Same notes about the soil that was brought into the site. We have some notes in here and conditions you'd previously approved to address that. And then we'll be looking to understand how they're going to manage stormwater, particularly as part of the site plan process. In terms of by right options, they could construct the remainder of the road to create the physical frontage and access that would be needed to build on the lot. In terms of lot area, there's not a deficiency there. It's related to access and frontage that the lot's deficient. So they could do that through the planning board process for a Chapter 12, Section 12 approval to bring that up to standards. Obviously, there's a cost associated with making those improvements. The recommendations for conditions of approval are on page 3 of 6, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board members have. Thank you.
Just to reiterate, so I guess there's a question. Can you say the question again about the?
Sure, we had a question about reducing the driveway to not be wider than 18 feet. I should pull up the dimensions because I can't remember the.
We have a 2-car garage. Standard car width is 9 feet, so 9 times 2 is 18, so that's acceptable.
Okay. Is anybody here for 22 Huron Avenue? Anybody online? Okay. We approved this last year. I'm happy to approve it again this year. There's not really any changes. Glad to get an extra tree out of it.
Agreed.
Anything else? Board Member Brumhoff, you agreed? Nothing else? Board Member Cortez?
Through the chair, just one question in here. So the lot is going to be divided. And the lot is going to be divided in lot 1 and lot 2, correct? As I understand here, you're seeking to divide the lot, the actual lot, correct? I may be wrong.
Yeah, we are going to divide it because and that would require a filing with the planning board just because of the excess land, which is well over, it's not an undersized lot that we've created. There are two that would be, if there were frontage for the second lot, would also comply. But it's not needed, so we're just cutting that off.
Okay.
And would retain ownership of that, but it would be separate from the house lot.
Okay, my question is, okay, so you're building, and I understand, so you're building this new house at lot number 1. What's going to happen with lot number 2?
Maybe nothing, or maybe it would be sold to an abutter, or maybe somebody would then construct Huron Ave to the level that the planning board would then allow for construction on that by right.
So that may be, in your estimation, that would be, lot number 2 would be a buildable lot that somebody comes up and builds another house right next to it?
If someone wanted to spend a fortune improving the roadway so that it would be accepted by the planning board, it would be a buildable lot.
Yeah, I have no problem with what you're planning right at this point. I'm just concerned for the neighborhood, the future there by allowing what's going to happen. I guess if someone's going to build the future something there, it's going to come in before the planning board or before us, but so it's not.
Yeah, as it stands now, it will be labeled as not to be considered a buildable lot, and in order for anyone to build upon it, the question would be, where's your frontage? And although the frontage it's on the official map, you could build Huron Ave out, and that's what you would actually have to do. But there's also the possibility that I mentioned that maybe one of the neighbors might want to buy it to have more land. Maybe the person who buys this house will be interested in that lot as well. But it's just keeping the options open, because if it's included in the variance, it would be locked up forever, or unless you came back and amended the variance to remove that land. It's basically double. There's enough land there for, if you had the frontage, for 2 house lots, and that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for 1, and we're just asking. We don't need your relief to actually make that division, because it's on the official map. It would be a planning board matter, basically, to allow for the separation into 2 lots.
No further question, Mr. Chairman. Just for the rest of the board to think about that and the stuff.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I guess the question I would have is like, what's the plan to, well, I guess the city would still, to get a sort of finalizing to sell it, they would need to at least do something to like seed or something the lot, right?
Yeah, through the chair. So they can create another lot, but that lot would need to be labeled essentially as not buildable. And so in order to make it buildable in the future, someone would need to come in with a proposal to show and then physically construct and create access to the lot in a way that it would comply with zoning. So they'd have to build the frontage. So
Oh, go ahead. I guess I'm not, I don't actually think anyone will do that because I've been out there and it's bonkers to think that somebody would extend that road. I guess what I'm questioning is like, do they have to get it finalized, do they have to like seed it and like make it, because currently it's just dirt, right? It's like, it's just dirt. So they'll have to do something to stabilize it before it gets sold, correct? Before the sort of the place where there's a house is planned to be thing, they have to at least get some sort of like stabilization out there, correct?
So through the site plan review process, we'll review what's proposed in terms of the alterations and changes for grading, and if that includes anything that was on this other parcel, that would need to be addressed as well, to that point.
Through the chair. Good point, Mr. Chair. How this number 2 is going to be maintained? What is the maintenance there? Is going to be some grass looking nice there, maybe some, what would be how that number 2 is going to be maintained? I mean, it's just going to be a dirt piece of lot there, rain and dirt water running down?
Are you talking about the house lot or parcel A?
Parcel A, we're talking about parcel A.
Okay,
Yeah.
because on parcel A, I don't think anything's been done on it, or very little, but this requires site plan approval. Site plan approval is going to want check the grading, and they're going to want the stabilization of the lot, and also, if you're going to be selling the house in a lot, it's presumably that people are going to want a yard and grass in the disturbed area, like any other construction site. It would be landscaped, and I'm sure that would be a condition of planning board. I would expect that they would want the lot stabilized.
Yeah, through the chair, basically, they came in, disturbed the part of the site, mostly the
That's
northern
really my
portion.
question.
So one of our requirements, one of your conditions, as we've drafted it, should you move to a vote, is that they provide the updated plan that shows us what's actually there.
Okay.
And then we will deal with that based on what's actually on the site, because we don't have that. What you see is what was there before the fill was placed. Yeah.
I got it. That makes sense.
Okay.
Board Member Barton-Hagan.
Through the chair, I don't really have much to add, but is the limitation of the driveway width of 18 feet, is that a condition that we should be adding?
Through the chair, it is not currently a condition. We would recommend that you add that as a new 1D to reduce the driveway to 18 feet wide.
Thank you.
And that's fine with me. I'm assuming it's fine with everybody unless somebody says something, but yeah.
Okay. Board Member Turcona?
I'm good.
Board Member Sacco?
No comment.
Board Member Maremi?
No comment.
Okay. In that case, I'll take a motion to close.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Turcono?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion on 22 Huron Avenue for issuance of a permit with a variance for relief of 35.23 feet from the 65-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family dwelling use in an RS7 zone, subject to the conditions set out on page 3 of 6 of the staff memorandum, with the addition of 1D, limiting the driveway width to 18 feet, and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Turcono?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is number 10, 125 Grandview Avenue.
Hey, good evening, Planning Board. My name is Brandon Halig. I'm the property owner of 125 Grandview Ave. Thank you for taking my application and hearing me today. So I am here today to request a couple of variances related to parking for a new driveway for an accessory dwelling unit, aka an ADU, at this address. We've been developing this ADU under a special permit since about winter of last year. And we have just the goal of adding a new driveway. This new driveway will allow at least 2 parking spaces outside and 1 more parking space in the garage, so 3 parking spaces. And this driveway was provided in plan when initially requested with the special permit. You know, it's a separate address, will have a separate occupants than the principal dwelling, so I think it's worth having its own driveway for sure to keep more cars off the street. So we can go to the next slide. So this just showed it in the fall when we had, the spring when we had the foundation built. This is the entire lot. You can see the neighbor's lot on the left side, their driveway. You can see my driveway in the middle, the principal driveway, and then you can see the proposed location on the far right side for where the new driveway would go in front of that construction area with the orange. So on the right side of that tree is where the new driveway is going to go. Next slide. Next slide. Yep. So this is the current property. This is how it looks framed right now. There's a black car in the way, but that's the proposed, that's going to be where the new driveway is going to go. There's also a catch basin there. We will work with DPW to move that catch basin to wherever's requested. I just want to mention that. Probably would request putting in front of the tree, but either way, we'd put a curb cut at that location in front of where the garage is, and that's going to provide at least 2 cars side by side to park. Next slide, please. This was just the proposed driveway plan. It's about a 22-foot entrance leading up to an 18-foot wide driveway, just slightly wider to allow a little safer entryway and exitway, as it's a one-way street and cars will park right up against the driveway entrance and exitways. And since it's a really narrow street, it's a little safer just to have a little extra, what you would call it, like a flared entrance. So it just makes it safer, especially since cars will block the viewing angles as you're backing out. And it's when cars are speeding, you don't want to accidentally hit them. Next slide, please. So when I applied for the permit with DPW a few months ago, it was denied for 2 reasons. Reason one is that would be permitted by right to have 2 driveway entrances at this location, but historical reasons, the neighbor's driveway entrance, not even the driveway, just the entrance encroaches like 6 feet in the frontage, and so the DPW counted it as a second entrance. If that was the only reason, I would just close it and I wouldn't be here today. But the second reason is that DPW told me is that there's a 40% rule. I think you can hit the next slide again. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing up, but there was a 40% rule that says you can't have a total of 40% of your frontage be your driveway. And that's understandable. You wouldn't want to take up too many parking spaces. But yeah, that combined with the proposed driveway, the current driveway, and if you wanted to call the 6-foot extrusion the driveway, it would equal to about 58 feet, and the restriction would be like 34, I think is the percentage, 34 feet for the percentage. So this just shows the current survey of the current driveway on the left, and then the current location of the catch basin near the south. And then the proposed driveway with the proposed new catch basin location. So we are just proposing that we basically leave the driveway entrances in the neighbor's extrusion just the way they are. That way, save on cost. It doesn't really provide any more parking spaces if we were to change anything. So I've shown this diagram here. We have at least 2 parking spots above the trees. If we were to really minimize either entrances, it's not going to add like any more parking spaces anywhere else. It's only going to add more cost. It would make it much harder to back out on this busy street. So yeah, on this diagram, cars go south on the one-way street. So it's already a windy driveway to back out and come out south. And same with the new proposed driveway. So I think this is a really good plan. If we were to want to comply with DPW, we'd have to close the 6-foot encroachment, which is an excessive cost. It bothers my neighbor, it burdens them. We'd have to reduce the ADU proposed entrance, which would reduce parking spaces by at least one, from 3 to 2 parking spaces. And then if we were to shorten the driveway, it's just another cost of the principal dwelling. It's just another cost. It would reduce the safety of backing out of that driveway as well. And it really doesn't bring any more parking spaces. I think there's one more slide. Next slide. Yeah, just to recap here, ADU, much needed housing. It needs its own driveway to keep cars off the street. And as it's proposed, it's probably the most safest way to have this driveway for the most optimal amount of car spaces. No more, other than the one street parking that is going to be taken on this newly proposed driveway, it's going to add 3 more parking spaces. So it's worth the cost for the new occupants. And any alternatives is really just going to be a cost burden and a safety burden. And that's it. I just have one last slide, just do the recap. I'm not sure why the second section didn't show up, but yeah, 2 variances. Sorry, go back one more. Yeah, just the 2 variances to ignore the 6-foot extrusion from the neighbor's entry, which shouldn't count. I can't really use it. There's a tree in the way. And then the second variance is to allow that additional driveway to exceed the 40% total frontage. There was one more thing I wanted to bring up. So this is unrelated to the variances I requested. Oh, you can go back. One last slide. Yes, so when, oh no, next slide, please. Yep. So when I had, this is perfect. All right, so when I had requested this special permit, I received a memo over the weekend about a recommendation. Part of this recommendation said to change the parking of the existing lot. So the reason I really wanted to fight back on that is because this is such a unique lot, and where my neighbor's driveway is in front of the doorway. So that is the only reason why it would violate this 5-foot zoning requirement for the parking to be 5 feet away from them. As you can see, literally their driveway is on my plot line. It is in front of my house. This is just the most optimal way to have the 3-car parking in front of the house, plus a little pathway to the door entrance. You know, if we wanted to narrow it like 2 or 3 feet as recommended, it's really just a burden. You know, a car is going to have to park halfway on the grass instead of the asphalt. I don't really see it being useful to anyone, nor does my neighbor mind. If you can see on the right image, their truck is actually parked right on the left side of my house because that's how close their driveway is to my house. It's 1 foot from the corner of my house. So we both get along. I don't think there's any reason to follow that recommendation. So that would be like 1A on the recommendation, I believe. All right, and that should be it.
Okay, city staff.
Sure. So through the chair, I just want to clarify one thing. As part of what the applicant is referring to is some reference which is not codified through zoning. Maybe it's established in DPW guidelines. We unfortunately weren't able to confer with our colleagues because today was the first that we've heard of it, related to the 40% of the frontage. It's not a zoning requirement, so there's nothing that's in front of this board for consideration related to that. So just want to be clear about that piece. If there are requirements for that, it's something that DPW would oversee, not something that's codified through zoning. Relative to the relief that is in front of you for consideration, the applicant has applied for a special permit to allow for modification of parking, loading, landscaping, et cetera. In this case, really the driveway and its relationship to the property line, as well as the size of it and the number of those. So specifically what they've sought is a request to have a 3rd driveway on this property. So by right, as you heard, you can have 2 driveways based on frontage. So it's all based on how much frontage you have on the lot. This lot has in excess of 80 feet, but it doesn't have enough to have a 3rd driveway. You'd have to have over 120 feet. They have like 82 or something. So they can have 2 driveways. We do unfortunately consider part of the neighbor's driveway, which does span this property, as a driveway. So as you heard, one of their options would be to close up the portion of the curb cut that's on the subject property, and then that would not be something that would be considered for purposes of zoning. They could add a second driveway without special permission, but at this point, they're not proposing to change that, and so there were different iterations of plans with different proposals for different modifications over time that the applicant's been afforded. So we're in this kind of condition because the conditions that were on those plan, they don't want to comply with. So here we have the driveway that they have installed to serve the main structure. That driveway, as it was installed newly, violates the requirement for a 5-foot setback from the northern property line. Our understanding is that the neighboring driveway is fully on the neighboring property, so any relationship of it to this lot line is a violation that exists on that property and is likely privileged and predates the zoning requirements that we have now. The main driveway serving the existing single family was recently installed and requires compliance with our zoning requirements. So I think the image that you saw was essentially a car parking on the walkway. And so our comment and general feedback is that we would prefer to see a portion of that eliminated, because you can see the car here, which is essentially parking in what is really kind of the walkway to the structure. So where we're kind of blending pedestrian and vehicles. Specifically, that section of the driveway is about 36 feet wide, so it's room for 4 cars wide. So it's definitely well in excess of what the zoning requirements mandate for the property. ADUs don't require any parking, so the fact that the applicant wants to provide a driveway for that is all well and good. It's not a zoning requirement. It's something that they're choosing to do. And again, that this driveway, in terms of what they're proposing to provide, is in excess of what we require. So it is correct that we have condition 1A, which is requesting a reduction of that wider driveway, that section that we call parking area, based on its condition. There's a 5-foot setback requirement, so we're asking that they cut that back to comply. If the board doesn't want to require the applicant to do that, they would need to relieve that through the special permit. They've not applied for that. They can amend their application to seek that through this process this evening, if the board would be willing to entertain that. If you wanted to strike that condition, again, our recommendation is just to require the 5-foot setback. It would widen that little grass strip to be a full 5 feet in width for stormwater management, as well as a physical buffer between the two different spaces. Create an area for snow to get kind of plowed into between the two different properties in the winter conditions, et cetera. So just wanted to address that because I know the applicant called attention to that. And so that's along the northerly lot line. The second piece that we wanted to clarify, there's a curb cut width on the plan that shows that it's 30 feet. The plans that were provided to DPW had shown that it would be 20 feet, and then what seems to physically have been constructed appears to be closer to 15 feet. So you can see the middle driveway here on the left-hand sort of side of the frontage. There's a demarcation of 30 feet. So we are unclear what's happening here, if this is actually a 30-foot wide curb cut, in which case that is a violation of zoning as well. We limit curb cuts for driveways such as this to a maximum of 22 feet. The plans that were previously provided to DPW, I believe, showed a 20-foot curb cut. This is shown as the driveway itself, I believe, being 15.6 feet wide. So we're trying to just get some clarity from the applicant about what is intended for this, so that we can appropriately advise the board if they would be seeking relief from that, or if they can just adjust the plans to show that to be zoning compliant in terms of the driveway width itself, right? Because our limitation is 22 feet, and the curb cut they're showing seems to be 30 feet. But we're hoping there's maybe just a discrepancy there that hasn't been able to be resolved. So I want to be clear that those are two different potential additional avenues of relief through the requested special permit that they've sought that need to be either addressed or conditioned to be resolved through the process this evening or at a future meeting, should the board choose. As you heard, there was a prior special permit granted for the planning board to allow the ADU because it's in excess of the 900 square foot threshold that we have. Anything larger than that isn't not appropriate. It just requires special permission. So the planning board ultimately considered this. I believe the applicant withdrew and then resubmitted, and then the board did approve a special permit for that ADU. And as you heard and saw, it's under construction now. Let me make sure I covered everything. We do have some of the conditions that were put forward in that special permit decision carried forward here, including that the existing mature trees be protected, and if for whatever reason they're damaged during construction, that they be replaced. In terms of the location, it's a managed growth area in the citywide long-range plan, being just about a half-mile walk shed from bus stop. To the south, there's some commercial uses in the business district that is located just a couple properties south of this, but otherwise the neighborhood's generally single and two families in terms of its character. And again, as I mentioned, there's a building permit for the structure for the ADU, and there were prior curb cut permits where there's been some, I think, confusion just generally about what exactly it is that is fully intended at the end of the day. Happy to answer questions, but really hoping that the applicant can clarify specifically with respect to that driveway and the curb cut width as to what the intention is for that to remain.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so to first speak on the driveway, it's definitely not a 4-car parking space. It's 3. I wouldn't be able to get 4 cars parked there if I tried. If I did, I'd be going to the neighbor's parking lot. So any shortening of that really would make that space unsafe. So I really do want to keep request a variance at least on that 5-foot ZEP pack for having that parking space next to my neighbor's plot line. When I requested a driveway from a company called Asphalt Engineering, they were the ones that planned it. They were the ones that applied for the permit. They did not tell me or say that there was any problems with the 5-foot zoning. When they made the plan, I'm not sure if they had, no, that's not on this slide. It would be on, not on these slides anyway, for the principal dwelling driveway. So if there is a problem with that, I would like to keep the driveway, the existing parking spaces the way it is. I would heavily like to not have to make changes to that through a variance or whatever. The second question is about the 30-foot driveway entrance. So same when I applied with Asphalt Engineering for the driveway. They gave me a plan, they gave me a quote, I paid it, I told them, yeah, let's do it. And then a day or so later, I asked them, actually, what's the driveway entrance we're allowed to have? As I had just moved into this address, originally from out of town of Worcester, and I'd lived in here for a few weeks. I knew this place really needed a driveway. And when I moved here, they had no driveway. So I said, okay, I need to put a driveway in here. As I noticed that it was a one-way street, it was very narrow, cars would park along this lot frequently. I requested that they expand the driveway entrance to what they thought we were allowed to have on the street. And then they said, yeah, we can go ahead and do that. They never told me that they didn't reapply for the permits for that. I only found out a year later as I went to apply for the new driveway permits with DPW. And I still wanted to show that on the proposed and the current conditions that this is something I would like to keep with this variance. If we did make any changes to bring it down to the 22 feet, what I would have to do is shorten the north side and the south side by about 4 feet near each tree. And I could do that, but it is, like I've mentioned a few times, it's just an expense upon me, and then it's really a safety concern as backing out of that street is impossible. You have to back out north to get around that northern tree, and there's always a car parked right in front of that northern tree, so you obviously don't want to hit it, and then as you're backing out, it's impossible to see the street of cars going 30 or 40 miles per hour just before they hit a pothole. And then on the southern side, yeah, if we were to close that by 4 more feet, it's not going to really add any more parking space. There's already a perfect parking space, as if you look at the previous diagram, I had shown where parking is. 1 spot in front of each tree. Adding 4 feet to each of those spaces isn't really going to make anything safer. It just allows cars to park closer to the driveway exits. And yes, this one. It's just going to allow cars to park closer to the driveway exits. No, the last one, sorry, with the parking diagram.
Okay, so through the chair, my understanding is that the applicant would like to amend their application to seek additional relief through the special permit to modify the requirements to provide for a 5-foot setback by providing the minimum amount that is there, which I will have to measure. I don't think it's demarcated on the plan, so we'll probably need the surveyor to confirm, because it's going to be down to the point, the 10th of a foot. And then they're additionally requesting to have a 30-foot wide driveway, specifically the curb cut, which again, the requirements are at maximum for a use like this, 22 feet wide. So they'd be making that request. If the board does not want to do that, you can leave condition A, and that addresses the 5-foot setback, but you would need to add condition D to require them to reduce the 30-foot curb cut to not exceed 22 feet, and you could specify an alternate dimension. Again, the existing driveway is 15.6 feet, so you could parallel that. That's for your consideration. Happy to answer questions, but another option, would be that they could eliminate the driveway that they're proposing for the ADU and consolidate the access for the ADU into a larger central driveway that provides access for both units. So that's another option. Again, my understanding is that it's not their preference. They would like to propose what they are proposing and keep what is there, but it's up to the board to decide. Obviously, they're in front of you because this was done retroactively. They're seeking that relief.
Okay. Anybody here for 125 Grandview Avenue? Okay, please come forward, state your name, city, town of residence, and please address any comments directly to me.
Francis Chingris, Worcester, Massachusetts. So I was born in this house right across the street, 132. Very, very good neighborhood. A bunch of historical 3-deckers. Everybody there, we treasure every inch that we have. Every inch of our driveways, every inch of our yards, we're very respectful of everybody. We try to, give everybody the equal space. So he bought that one plot of land and he extended that curb cut. I do believe it's 30 feet. It looks like it. And then I was like, okay, you know what I mean? He built another house there. I'm assuming they're going to share that driveway. You know what I mean? So 30 feet, for 2 houses doesn't seem too bad. But now he's proposing 18 feet for the second driveway, which I have a 9-foot driveway. Everybody on the street has a 9-foot driveway, a room for 1 car. So, he's coming in here and, took a 1-plot land, turned it into 2 plots, turned to 1 driveway, turned it into 2 driveways, and now wants to add a 3rd one. We have 3-deckers all around. We park on the street. There's a bar down the street already. The neighborhood was a well-oiled machine before, it got disrupted. I'm not saying, he's a disruption. I'm just saying some of the plans that have been put might inconvenience a lot of the neighbors. So, all I propose is, 9 foot for 1 driveway, 9 foot for another driveway, and like I said, same as everybody else on the street. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Axelis Guzman, and I live at 132 as well. In one of the pictures, he stated that there was a black car blocking the view. That car belongs to our upstairs neighbor.
That wasn't the black car I was referring to.
That black car belongs to the neighbor.
Please just address all comments to me, please. Thank you.
That car belongs, I believe, to my neighbor because he parks there constantly. And as my boyfriend said, we have a small width driveway. I have a huge car, a 2009 Honda CR-V, and I make that 9-foot driveway work to the best of my ability. And we have 4 cars at that household and 2 motorcycles, and we park 5 of the vehicles on the property. We only needed the 1 space right there. And the curb cuts that he has he says for safety. I back out of my driveway. My driveway is on a hill, so I have to be slamming on my brakes to be able to slowly back out in order not to get hit by oncoming traffic. So I'm able to make my big car work and pull into there with no issue. I don't think he needs 3 parking spaces for that house when he has a giant, on the left side right there, he has a lot of driveway there. If I'm able to, in my tiny little house with an upstairs neighbor, park 5 vehicles in the back so we don't take up space, why can't he do that with the left side? Because ultimately, we just need the 1 space, and yes, 3 is more than 1, but at the end of the day, if he takes that, he's already taken more space with the curb cuts on the left side. And then if he takes more curb cuts on the right side for that house, it's just gonna take more space, and there's gonna be relatively no parking. And yes, I have the same issues where people start speeding down the driveway and I have to slam on my brakes in order not to hit anybody. But if I can make it work, he can make it work as well, I feel like. But that's my personal opinion. He's inconveniencing all of the neighbors around.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Just state your name and city of town of residence, please.
My name is Avram Santrum. I'm at 123 Grandview. My only concern is the parking spaces because the winter bans are terrible. There's a lot of 3 families out there, and there's less parking spaces now than before, and that's my only concern. His first construction took 3 parking spaces away. The second construction will take more. That's my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very concise. Anybody else for 125 Grandview Avenue? Anybody else online? Okay, there's 2 separate things that we have to sort of address, 2 separate problems. The first thing is that we can't grant you the 40%. That's out of our purview, if that's not like clear. So yeah, you'll have to work with DPW. We don't have an answer for you. We tried to get an answer. Yeah, you'll have to come, they would say this is the first stop, and so if we were to approve it, you'd still have to go through them to get the final approval, so we can only do our piece, and we don't quite understand the 40% exactly. They couldn't waive the 40% without us making a zoning relief, but even if we provide the zoning relief, it's not clear to me what happens with the 40%. I just want to be clear about that. Yeah, you can come back up. So I just wanted to say, like, we can do a piece of that, but my understanding of the rules, we can only legally fix one of these problems, so I just want to clarify that, and I know our staff is working on trying to find an answer for you, and we don't have an answer for you, and so I just want to be clear about that.
No, I appreciate the work being put in. I was told by DPW to go to planning and then go to zoning, and then
it's a very mishmash that no one knows the answer to at this moment, so I want to acknowledge that I can only tell you what we're legally allowed to do, and I understand that's frustrating. Okay, so I just want to say that really clearly. Okay, so for myself, I think what's before us is like we're trying to balance. We want to because of the parking. I was actually up there and I had trouble parking, so I hear this. We do want to. It would behoove us to allow the ADU to have some parking, and what's currently there is excessive of what we allow and what I actually think you need. And so we're trying to balance both of those things. So my preference, speaking just for myself, would be to have, and I am, one of the things I hate about this board is the sort of, the staff, the city itself treats people who are like regularly trying to build ADUs the same as developers who have loads of money. And they're not the same, and we ask for a lot of things as if everyone's the same, and that's not equitable in any stretch. And so I'm always mindful of making requests of people who aren't, as doing multifamily big units. That being said, I do think 30 is excessive. Like, that's just too much. And having been out there, like, it does not feel like you actually need it to get to the, like, 15, right? Because it just flares in this way. And I understand the safety aspect of it, but it's excessive of our rules. So for me, I would like it to go back to the 22, which is what is in line legally. It then also reduces you get closer to the 40%. We're talking about the difference of like 45 feet versus 63 feet of frontage for parking. So you're just getting closer to that 40. So that's another reason why I'm inclined to move in that direction. And so my vote will be to have us, to have you, I would even be, I don't know, like the 5 feet is sort of like, I have a question for the staff, which I'll ask in a second, but like essentially there's a lot of space for 3 cars, but 5 feet is still a lot also. And so I understand you want people to have some space to move next to each other, but most of us live in a city and we don't have that space. We park front to back. I live in a 3-decker. We have 9 feet. We park front to back 3 cars. And what happens is everyone has to talk to each other and maneuver. And like so there's a certain level of just, you live in a city and we have to move that a little. And also I do hear what you're trying to get at. And so I'll ask a question to the city staff, but I guess my preference, speaking only for myself, would be to allow the 3rd driveway, allow the ADU to have parking, and to reduce the main driveway back to what's legally allowable, and to reduce the side yard setback on the 5 feet, which again, because otherwise you'll have to get a variance for it, which would actually require you to actually reapply for the variance and post it again, if I understand exactly what the city staff is saying. So you would pay for it one way or another, which is not, I think, I don't know. I'm not a city councilor. I don't get to argue about whether or not we should have 5-yard setbacks. I don't believe in 5-yard setbacks, but that is the law, so you'd have to come before it and ask for a variance for it. So no matter what, you'd have to pay something to fix it. So my preference would be to push it in, as inconvenient as that is, put the curb cut back to what's legal, and allow the third driveway, and then and then whatever the city needs to do with DPW, which we don't have an answer for, out of our purview. So that's my personal thinking on trying to get all of this together into one place. But I'm interested in what the rest of the board thinks. So, Board Member Romoff.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to be clear, what's the width of the new driveway? Is that 18 feet proposed?
18 feet proposed with a 22 or 21-foot curb cut.
Yeah, I haven't seen, you've got a lot of driveway there, and what helps, people to get along is some kind of compromise.
Yes.
And I don't hear that you are amenable to that.
No, I mean, the first thing I did when I heard that other people in the room that were here for this, I talked to them outside because I want to come to some compromise. I know that there was a problem, if it was up to me, I would have removed that tree and put a driveway there, but I don't think that's possible, that northern tree. So unfortunately, I had to have this weird windy driveway, and that weird windy driveway is really hard to back out of. And I know a lot of people have said oh, I can back out a 9-footer, right? But they're not coming out of a windy one. Plus, I'm in the unfortunate situation where my side of the street was dedicated to parking. I wish that wasn't the case, right? But unfortunately, I have to take the responsibility of having cars park in front of my lot when other neighbors do not. So I do want to come to some kind of compromise, but I know that if we went from 30 to 22, I already did the calculations, it's not going to add any more street parking. It's just going to allow cars to park even closer to the actual exitway, which is still very unsafe on here. I do want to come to some sort of compromise, but I know a lot of people want the parking, but this didn't take 3 spots away. It took 1. It really only took 1, and adding and just closing it and paying for that expense yeah, it would meet the 22 number that was created, and I'm sure that 22 number is very useful, but in this case, it's not going to actually bring any more parking spaces, which I know is the goal, and I feel really sorry for everyone that had to come here to state their case. But, you know, this entryway provides 3 cars with safe access to driveway. The new entryway provides 3 more cars. So we lose 2 spots, but we created 6. And any more extra work, like you mentioned, I can't go afford doing everything. I'm already, you know, creating a crazy budget on this ADU. And it was unfortunate that the company Asphalt Engineering gave me wrong information when I applied for the permit. Otherwise, I would have done everything in the original plan to meet that 22-footer. I do want to work with somewhere I can where everybody gets happy, but I just want to state that.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I want to be really clear. It's a lot of asphalt, and I can't, I really have a hard time supporting that much asphalt. So at this point, for what you've proposed, you don't have my vote.
You can't support the new driveway?
The new driveway without some compromise on the old.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear, you know, I'm only one vote.
Okay.
And if you're unaware of how this board works, we have 5 voting members, and you need 4 votes to pass. A 3-2 majority is a denial. So you need 5 votes, and right now, unless there is compromise on that other driveway, reducing it to what the staff recommends, my vote is no.
All right, I understand. If getting the vote means doing that compromise, I'm of course more than willing to do it. I just wanted, of course, state the case that I had.
Well, you should hear from the other board members first, I guess. So then you can decide if you want.
Board Member Cortez.
Through the chair, it is obvious, based on what I'm hearing from you, that you are you're trying to do the best without full and accurate information on what you needed to do. So you're being misinformed. You're not really at this point know what is right, what's wrong. So therefore, you need a lot more, you know, clearances what actually you can do there. Obviously, from the requirements in here, I don't know if you know, but you need 160 feet in order to have another driveway, and you only have 84. So here I'm making a point of not even complying with what is required. Besides that, there's a lot of unknowns that you need to yourself. So I would not be able to support support your plan, because your plan requires, you know, we're talking about a third curve, which you again, based on the required footage, you don't have. So you cannot have a third curb cut there. So in order to see what you actually can do there, my suggestion is you need a replan based on actual things that you can do. Provide a new plan, and that would be the compromise. When you put a new plan together to meet what is needed to do it, to have your driveway, then we can maybe look at it on your new plan and help you out with our approval on that. Right now, maybe a continuance so you can have the chance to put a new plan together would be something that I would suggest.
I understand. Sorry, can I clarify that third quote-unquote entrance is not my entrance, it's my neighbor's on the northern part. So that driveway on the plan, that's not my property, that's not my driveway. There's a little line that's about 5 feet. You'll see that's the quote-unquote entrance. And if closing that's needed, I'm more than willing to do it. But, I was hoping to not have to disturb my neighbors' tight entrance, and, it's more cost. I didn't see it was necessary, which is why I was proposing the quote-unquote third with the special permit. That's why I'm here.
So again, you are saying it yourself, you're willing to compromise.
Okay.
So based on that, you need to put a plan, a new plan, is my view.
Yes.
And that you basically, you need to put a new plan that makes everybody happy.
Does closing that north curb cut make anybody happy?
I'm not making that point, that,
Okay.
I don't know, it's a lot of unknowns
Okay.
there. And for that, probably you need to work with the city, what exactly is that you can do and what you cannot do. And, based on that, put a new plan together.
I have a question for the city, really, and I forgot to ask it when I was talking. So part of the thing I do agree with the applicant is that the place where it's closest to the other driveway is actually the entrance, which is its own problem. And so we're not asking them to move the entrance part, right, which is within the 1 foot. Yeah, so the problem you get into is that between the door and because it narrows, right? So the door entrance and the side of the house is maybe 5 feet.
Oh,
But
do you want to go to the later
narrows,
photos?
right?
Yes.
So the street, so it narrows in, right, yeah. So it narrows in. So we're not asking to move in on the, where are we asking to move the 5 feet, I guess? That's the question I have for the city staff, because that's the only part that's hard for me to.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't know if my colleague could bring up the plan, and what I might do is just turn annotations on to be able to do that. But before I do that, my computer's going to die. I just need to plug it in. So my suggestion would be that they reduce the driveway width for the proposed curb cut for the ADU. They basically pull they pull the limit down from the north so that they end up with essentially like a 1-car wide driveway, which will allow for the curb cut to be extended to the north. Right, so, or the curbing to be extended to the north, which will create more on-street parking space. And then if they just align the curbing with the existing driveway on the northern side of that, we should be able to do that. So could we go to the proposed plan? All right, so here we go, magic marker. Pardon my childish drawings here. But essentially, we're talking about adjusting, this has a 1-car garage, I believe. I don't know exactly where that is, but essentially extending the driveway so that the curb cut goes something like that. And then the same up here, which should reestablish enough length right here for 1 on-street parking space. So I think based on what I'm hearing the board members say, based on what the public comments were, I think the board's trying to ask the applicant to explore something else. I think this might be a workable option. And then if they wanted to reconfigure, their driveway a little bit up here, they might be able to have it so that it's a little bit less swooping. The area specifically that is zoning non-compliant, where we're asking for landscaping to be removed, is in this area here. So this distance needs to be 5 feet. So exactly where that falls, that's going to be hard for me to draw on this version, but that's the buffer. That 5-foot buffer is required there from that parking area. So that's about where the driveway starts to angle towards that property line to the north. That's where the 5-foot issue comes in. So there's 3 issues: the number of curb cuts, which it sounds like the board isn't necessarily totally opposed to, but is concerned about the overall width and the removal of on-street parking. And then the total amount of impervious surface, which I believe they actually comply with, they're close, but they comply with the 40% threshold that we have for impervious surface in the front yard, which is the only thing I could think the 40% reference might have been in relationship to. And then the 5-foot setback on that northern property line, if the board wants to ask the applicant to sock out the pavement or allow for a special permission for the driveway to essentially stay where it is to the north, which sounds like maybe there's mixed feelings on.
It's because it's like, so from my perspective, the problem is that it's actually the entrance to the house and not exactly a driveway. And so that's my question about it, is because it's sort of one melds into the other. It's not clear where a entrance is and where a driveway is.
You've got that correct, which is why we usually ask people to use different surface treatments so that it's nice and clear. So this is precisely the type of thing that we're trying to prevent.
Right.
So again, it sounds like you're torn on that. So you can vote differently on the different requests, right? There's different elements of it. So I think kind of there's a question of, is there consensus, and are you willing to workshop something? Do you want the applicant to just step away and come back? Yes, they could close that second curb cut. They could go in and saw cut that driveway, and they could have two 22-foot wide driveways on the property without having anything in front of this board. It's in front of the board if you want to leave the existing northern driveway alone that serves the neighbor, because obviously that is part of the neighbor's driveway. Their driveway on their private property appears to be 12 feet wide, just as context. And you want to ask the applicant to instead modify the two driveways they're proposing to at least get back one on-street parking space. I think there's enough room to do that. That driveway, the problem is I don't know exactly where the garage bay is relative to that driveway, so it may not actually work out to get one on-street parking space either. So it's a little bit too much of on-the-fly measuring without the information we have, so that's kind of the best I could suggest without seeing additional information on the plan.
Can I note one more thing, which is that if we did shorten the garage driveway entrance for the ADU, it's going to reduce the 2 parking spaces I proposed for the outside to instead 1, so it doesn't really help.
I'll just be clear, from a zoning perspective, it's not an issue.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring the most parking that we can to the address. And the street as a whole.
I think Mr. Cortez had a good suggestion of request. If I were you, I would request a continuance.
Okay.
I know staff would be happy to meet with you and work out something that, on a piece of paper, that we could approve.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, we can meet and follow up on this.
I want to hear from the other board members. But yes.
There are other board members.
Yes, there are. We're amenable to that conversation. Board Member Barthagen, go ahead.
Through the chair, to be clear, the way the board's constituted tonight, if there were a vote, I wouldn't be voting, but I still have comments, and if this is continued, I might be. I have a question for the city. If that third driveway on the neighbor's lot was actually conforming and didn't encroach on this lot, would this application still need to be before the board?
If that other driveway was fully on its own lot, yes, if they want to keep the 30-foot wide curb cut, and if they want to keep the parking in the 5-foot setback there, yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter, you'd still need to be before us because there are some nonconformities here that might not be your fault necessarily, although indirectly, I guess it is, because you're the ones who hired these people. I understand because the driveway bleeds into the walkway into your house. Like, if there were to be a condition to say you need to reinstall a 5-foot buffer so that you can have a non-impervious strip, so that you'd be narrowing the driveway. It's interesting, it's difficult here because you should be able to keep your current walkway, and that's right at the very top of your driveway. But I'm sure there's a way we could figure that out, and frankly, I would be inclined to want to have that 5-foot buffer back just to reduce the impervious surfaces, even if they do comply with the 40% rule. It's a lot of driveway, it's a lot of pavement. And for me, it's a definite, I don't think you can keep that 30-foot. It's too wide. And so I guess the decision you have before you tonight is like, you could not agree to these things and force us to take a vote, and it sounds like it might not come out to be too successful, or you can agree to these things, but if you did that, you couldn't do it with your current application because it's not in your application right now. Yes. So your two choices are have a vote on these things without these with these conditions. You'd have to agree to these conditions now, or you need to come back.
Yeah, I definitely think, from what I've been hearing, a good idea is just to come back. I would like to find some sort of compromise that's going to work for
Yeah.
everybody, benefit everybody, not obviously harm anybody.
Right, and so now the purpose of this board meeting is you're hearing from all of us now, so you know what our concerns are for the
Yes,
future, right?
I'm really glad I got to
And
do
hearing
this.
the neighbors and hearing you, and, so you can see what the concerns that this board have, and now you can take that information, go back, and come up with a compromise.
I agree.
Okay. Board member, I'm going to go to other people online, because there's other board members, and then we'll most likely vote to continue it. Board member Torcono.
I guess there's enough said already, and the applicant is amendable, so I will wait till he comes back. We will continue with this.
Okay. Board member Sacco.
No comment, thank you, guys.
Okay. Board member Moremi.
Hi, I do have a question.
Please.
I was just, first of all, I support all the comments that were made. I'm just wondering about something. Is there a reason why we cannot connect to the new garage from the main road and then go down and then connect to the driveway that way instead of going from the street?
Yeah. Well, firstly, they want to propose a tree where that driveway would be. So, sorry, on this plan, the surveyor removed it, but you see where the 21.2 is?
Yes.
A new tree had to be proposed there, at least for the planning board. And there's already construction for a driveway there. It would have to go over the front entryway to go to the garage, right?
So, sorry, so you cannot go between the 21.2 foot
Well,
space?
with a car?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have to go in front of the entryway of the walkway. And it's a really tight, like 20 feet from the front. I mean, it would be really, it would not look well, I would say.
Ms. Lice,
Do you have a picture of what the property looks like again? I can show you a few places back, yeah, towards the beginning. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. I mean, no, one more back, or forward. Yeah, forward, two forward.
Yeah, you would have to create.
I guess there's a delay. One more forward.
Yeah, through the chair, you can see
Yes.
the entrance to the garage is to the south, so it would create an odd shape and probably not enable
Yeah.
a car to be able to maneuver in and out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this, if this was another world, this would have just been its own separate lot that would have had a house on it at some point in time, I think. So that's really what I'm trying to get at, is like, this would just be its own house with its own driveway, and it wouldn't have to adhere to the other restrictions of the other dwelling that are on it, right? And, I don't want to have to spend a lot of costs onto the other principal dwelling just to build a new house. So.
Yeah, just through the chair, to clarify too, it's not a separate lot because it's an ADU.
Yes,
because
it's
it
not a
didn't meet
separate lot,
those
but, yeah.
requirements, so that's why we're, partially
Yes,
why
that's
we're
right.
here. But yeah, specifically to answer the question, it would be probably difficult for a car to make the maneuver around from the existing driveway and connect in. They could certainly try to model it with AutoCAD and see if it's possible, but I think it would be a challenge just given the setback there. Probably the best solution being to reduce that driveway to be one car length, or one car width rather, aligned with the garage bay, but we don't know where the garage bay is on this plan, so it's hard to suggest.
Well, the garage bay is do you
We
see
know
the
where it
13?
is orientation, but we don't have the specific measurements, I'll say, on the plan, right? It's not shown.
But I would note that we're trying to get 2 parking spots to go in front of the garage bay too, so.
Through the chair, is there a reason why the building's already started to be built before you even knew where the driveway was going to be? I mean, like.
Well, when I applied with planning board and I spoke with DPW, so DPW first told me, oh, you have enough frontage to put a driveway in. I said, okay, perfect. And I did the special request for the planning board where I had planned this driveway, and that was never pushed back. Then, as I'm building and I go to apply for the building permits to put in the driveway, that's then when they tell me the rule. They never told me when I originally had the conversation.
To be clear, the plan showed a different driveway width when it came to planning board, so. I think the board indicated that they wanted to continue the item, so the question, I think, through the chair is to what date, because I know we have other items on the agenda still.
Do you have any other questions before we start?
No, I'm sorry.
I do want to say something else about this, because I do think it gets to this problem that we have in the city, which is like, if he had come before us and not tried to put parking on the street with the ADU, he actually wouldn't have triggered many of these things. And so trying to do the thing that we ask people to do because we have stupid parking requirements has actually caused this very problem. And so like, I feel like we're punishing somebody for the thing we asked them to do, and we're asking for additional cost for the thing we asked people to do, which is to get parking off the street. And so the problem with putting parking off the street is that means that you can't park on the street because you are creating curb cuts. And so this comes into conflict, which is, what we're here for, is the conflict of competing things. But I do want to say that like, this is from like a layperson's perspective, crazy making, and like the reason that people don't like local government, because it's not working well to do the thing we want, which is to make it easy for somebody to build an ADU, which is essentially like its own parking. And I get that this is because it's crossing a lot of different problems all at once. But I do want to say that like, I think out there is a solution that we can work with everybody. And I want to say that we need to like, we as a board should also take into account that like what they try to do is the thing that we ask everyone to do, which is to get parking off the street. And 2 cars is what, we're always asking people to do, and we're asking them to pull 2 cars off. And we're making that harder in this case, which might make sense in this case because we're balancing other concerns. But I do want to say that out loud, that ultimately what's happening is a lot of like, somebody should have flagged this earlier, somebody should have said something earlier, a lot of things should have happened that didn't happen, and we're here. But like, we should also take all that into account for ourselves as well. Okay.
Just to be clear, there's no parking required for the ADU. That's not a requirement.
Yes, no, it's not,
Okay,
right.
just wanna be clear.
But we have signaled to the public that we want parking off the street. And if he had not tried to put parking off the street, just allowed it to try to fit in that crazy ass street where there's not parking, he wouldn't be here. And so that's the irony. It's like, we're asking people to pull parking off the street, and that's what happened. But if they just built the ADU and didn't do that, with no concern for what it did to the neighborhood, right? So it's balancing those things, and we're making it difficult, and I want to say that. Okay, my guess is that you will not have something back to us by June 29th, but that is our next meeting, is June 29th. Additionally, we can push this to the July 20th meeting, but what would be best for you? So you would need 10 days before the 29th, which is, I think, like 2 days from now.
I'm pretty ambitious.
Okay. Well, we will give you the 29th, but you can work with staff and they can push it back if need be.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely would just want to know a time I can meet with staff, and I would love to hear the
Great.
opinions.
So Amy Beth will work with you. She will give you a card as soon as we're done, and you can work with her. And they're very good to work with, and they will help you out with these questions, and you'll come back before us.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like a motion for us to continue this to the June 29th meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Thank you, everybody, for being thoughtful. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Last one up, 51 Providence Street. If the applicant could please come forward.
Yeah, and if the applicant could just sign this form, which just says that we're moving the meeting date to June 29th, that would be great before they leave.
You did a great job.
Is that? All right. I thought it was Providence.
I was obsessing over the driveway for like a long time.
I had the same thought you had,
I
but
have to say,
it was until the pictures. I was like,
That's a
oh, yeah,
good
it's-
plan.
I also think, just so you know, if they had done the garage on the left side, you could have easily accessed it.
All right. Go ahead, city and town.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Eckel, and I'm an attorney with Fletcher Tilton on behalf of the applicant. I reside in Burlington, Massachusetts. With me tonight are Randy Moran, from Bowler, and Luke Beck and Michelle Quinn Littlefield from Cube 3, the project architects. We'll give Michelle another minute, but we'll probably pull up the presentation soon. At a high level, we're seeking to erect a new 5-story residential building. There you go. Now you see it on the screen. For a total of 50 units and 50 parking spaces. Just to give a little background of those 50 parking spaces, 28 will be interior within a garage, 22 will be exterior, and the parking will include accessible spaces, compact spaces, and EV spaces. If we can just go back one slide. Great. So the zoning subdistrict is an RG5, so this use is a permitted use by right. However, we are seeking relief for a front yard setback. Required is 15 feet. We are proposing a 6-foot setback. We'll get into a lot greater detail of how we'll use that 6 feet, but it'll be a combination of kind of an extension of the existing sidewalk as well as landscaping and planters to help shield that first level garage, which I mentioned already. The lot is one of the largest lots in this neighborhood at 36,536 square feet. The project will also include an interior bike room and 2 amenity spaces for the future residents, as well as a large common usable open space in the rear of the site. Overall, this project was designed to create some much-needed housing, including affordable units. We'll get into this again in further detail, but this will be an eligible development, so we will be seeking relief in the form of a special permit as well as site plan approval from the planning board if and when this board were to approve our request tonight. But we would have on-site affordability at the level required for this to be an eligible development. The project also includes improvements to stormwater management, a decrease in impervious area, and landscaping to beautify the site. There's just a couple of context pictures here. The red icon denotes the site from further away. This is a better picture because this gets you much closer. You can see kind of in the central area of the screen, you can see that large parking lot. So that all supports the current 3-story building, which is right around the cursor there, yep, which is an office use, former alumni offices for Worcester Academy. And there's a garage straight back towards the rear of the property. And then again, the rest of this lot right now is really just a giant hot top of parking. You can see here part of the request for the front yard variance is the lot, and you can see it in both images, but the lot kind of jogs multiple times as you move from left to right on the screen. So where, even though our setback condition remains consistent, it's really driven by that kind of pinch point over towards the right where Harrison Street meets Providence Street. Because if you go straight back, that's where the lot is actually at its narrowest. So this design right now allows for a setback in the front, which, as you can see, looking both on our side of Providence Street and then across Harrison and then across the street, is actually quite consistent. A lot of the lots, a lot of the properties are actually right up on the sidewalk. There are a few that drift closer towards that 15-foot perhaps, but the majority of them are probably 0 to 5 feet. So we think this is an appropriate request from the board. Just to go through a little bit more of the background again, this is a corner lot, so we have 229 feet of frontage along Providence Street and 107 feet of frontage on Harrison Street. We can stay here for a little bit. Again, the request is based upon the uniqueness and the unique shape of the lot, and this is quite a common condition. I'll just go through the floor plans at a very high level. I know that's not necessarily what's in front of this board tonight. But we do have a pretty dramatic change in topography as well. So you'll see when we go through the elevations, and you can see that a little bit in the opening rendering, that from Harrison Street down, there is a topography shift. So even though it's a 5-story building, the first floor is partially below grade where the parking is located. So the first floor technically has our main entrance and lobby, as well as a bike room, which is now positioned right off Providence Street for easy access. As well as the interior parking spaces for 28 spaces and mechanical rooms and the like. Again, only really half of that floor is fully visible, and then it starts to kind of go below grade, and then the landscaping as well will further obscure that from the sidewalk and the street. The second floor will have 11 residential units, as well as those 2 amenity spaces. In working with staff and kind of moving some things around the 2 amenity spaces, again, which you'll see in the rendering. I hate to keep pushing this further, but are on the Harrison Street side of things. So that's where that grade change is most significant. So you're only seeing a 4-story building there, and the street level is not residential units. It's going to be nice glazed windows looking into a fitness center and another lounge for the future residents to really activate that side of Harrison Street. So again, overall, we have the full team here to talk a little bit further, but the project's been designed to provide some much-needed housing, both in the form of market rate as well as affordable. This will have 5 on-site affordable units at 60% AMI, so really providing some much-needed affordable housing, as well as ample parking and transportation options. We're less than half a mile from Union Station. There's buses. Obviously, we have the 1-to-1 parking ratios in the bike room, so a really nice mixture of transportation options moving forward. Right now, as seen, the site, although it served a great purpose historically, is underutilized and is really just a giant parking lot for the most part, so we think it'll be a drastic improvement to the current conditions. With this housing, it meets the city's goals of increasing housing opportunities. This is located in a managed growth area. And as mentioned, it does qualify as an eligible development, so we will have another step with the planning board moving forward. We did review staff's memo. We're amenable to all the recommended conditions of approval, so we're good with all those suggestions. And for the record, I would like to formally request the 2 waivers as listed on page 6 of the board memo. So I'll pause now and briefly turn it over to Randy to go through a little bit greater detail in the site plan, and then briefly to Luke to really explain how the design, we think, fits within this request with the setback.
Good evening, folks. Randy Myron with Bowler.
Just make sure there's a green.
There we go. Got it. Randy Myron with Bowler. Yeah, and I guess if we could flip back to the existing condition plan. I think it was a few slides back. I mean, I think one before this one. There we go. Yeah, I mean, as Matt had mentioned, I mean, the existing lot, it's just over 36,000 square feet, largely paved, a couple of buildings on it. You know, and as he also mentioned with the topography of the lot, Harrison Street on the bottom of the page is the high side of the lot. It slopes down roughly 20 feet to the other end of the lot. So a fairly large grade difference, and that plays into the factor for this variance request here that we're asking for you folks tonight. If we flip to the next one, the site plan. There we go. Yep. So this is the proposed project. Again, Harrison Street on the bottom, Providence Street on the left. There's a single full movement driveway, similar to the existing location on the upper portion of the page on Providence Street. In that big, I call it gray shaded structure, is the proposed building. It's just under a 13,000 square foot footprint, 5 stories high. There's, as Matt had mentioned, there's 50 total parking spaces, 28 are within the garage, and then the rest are surface parking spaces. There's obviously ADA compliant parking, there's a bike rack, there's EV spaces, EV ready spaces, and really due to the unique shape of the lot, as you go down towards Harrison, it kind of shrinks, and it forced us to kind of place the building up on Providence and within that setback, within that 15-foot setback, and that's really to get access around into the garage, as well as enough parking spaces here. In addition, we're trying to fit that retaining wall outside of the 5-foot accessory setback. So to get all that to work, we needed to kind of put the building up on Providence, and that's the reason for the ask for you folks for the variance tonight. Beyond that, as Matt had mentioned, it should be a huge improvement over what's out there today. Decreasing impervious surfaces over what's out there today. I think there's around 2,000 square feet more of landscaped area being added. That'll in turn decrease stormwater runoff rates, volumes getting into Providence Street. If we flip to the next page, this is our proposed landscape plan. Again, a mix of deciduous shrubs, trees throughout the property. There's a row of shrubs being added along Providence and Harrison to kind of help break up the building a little bit, and that would be placed in back of the existing sidewalk. Again, huge improvement over what's out there today. I think with that, that's kind of just a high-level overview. I'll flip it over to Luke just to kind of hit on some of the building architectures.
Great, thank you, Randy. Hi, folks. Luke Beck with Cube 3. If we could please navigate, I think, to maybe the last slide with the rendering, that would be great. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so this is a rendering from the corner of Harrison Street, looking north. So one of the big challenges with this building, as with any building that's built into a hill, is the fact that we have the sloping walkway up along the first floor, and there's only so much you can do with that facade. And so what we did here was we took the opportunities to locate amenity spaces at grade at each end of the building where we could, to try and liven up the facade of the building where you're entering. So down at the north end, we have the main lobby and a bike room, and we've basically, for as much of the perimeter wall space as we could, we've planned to have full height glazing to really activate those spaces, allow people to see inside, and just create transparency at the street level. Up at Harrison Street, we've positioned an amenity lounge and a fitness center, also with ample glazing, really to engage that street corner and allow people to see in and kind of create transparency in life. And so, as far as the building massing goes, the top 3 stories, So we broke down the massing to kind of pull from the rhythms of the other triple deckers along the street. So we created these basically slots, as you can see, that start to break up the 3 stories into sort of like rhythmic patterns, just to kind of like hint at the cues of the of other triple deckers along the street. And we added in some accent bands at the windows to add in this other element of kind of rhythm beyond that. Down at the level that's touching the ground, we're planning to do a sort of a water table level of resilient material, possibly a stone or a brick veneer with the plantings up against it. I understand one of the recommendations was to, to plant some evergreen species in there. So I think that's something we can definitely accommodate to really make that portion of the facade work really well with the plantings. I think that kind of covers it high level. Happy to answer any questions, but thanks for your time.
City staff.
Sure, through the chair, Michelle Smith. Sorry, you had Amy Beth at the front end, and you have me for the back end here. So in front of you, the last item for the evening, we have a request for a variance for 9 feet of relief from the 15-foot front yard setback. So they're proposing to provide a 6-foot front yard setback along Providence Street, so Providence Street being the front. This is similar alignment to what we have across Providence Street, but from a zoning perspective, unfortunately, we only consider things that are on this particular side of the street as to how we allow structures to align, and because of the placement of other structures along this section, it doesn't accommodate for this orientation. But we do think in terms of urban design and the location in this neighborhood, this is an appropriate and contextual adjustment to zoning to allow for something that our zoning has just not caught up to allow for urban design, generally speaking. We have a variety of conditions that are listed on page 4, and then there were the 2 waivers, which the applicant has now requested. I do have one adjustment to one of those conditions in response to feedback we got from DTM after 5 this evening. There are, as far as by right development options go, the applicant could seek to use Harrison Street as the front yard, where they would be afforded front yard alignment provisions, but that would create an issue for exterior side yard, which would still create a challenge for this orientation. So there's a quick, easy way for them to make that adjustment, other than providing for the 15-foot setback, which would kind of squish all of the open space that they've provided in the rear down to provide less of that and require reconfiguration of the parking area, which may result in other issues in terms of the site design. The number of units and the use are allowed by right in terms of the intensity of the development that's proposed. They are seeking relief related to parking and some other dimensional and layout aspects through the special permit for inclusionary zoning from the planning board that they'll go to after they wrap up with this particular board. Most of our comments really are a bit more site design related, but could potentially affect zoning relief that's needed. So some of the comments that we've provided and some of the conditions we have are to make sure that those get addressed satisfactorily. So I'm going to go through those pretty quickly, but there's a set of stairs that create kind of a bi-level sidewalk effect along Providence Street on the north side. So you can see where the bike room is and the lobby, so that red and gray in the bottom left-hand corner. In that particular area, there's just discrepancies between the civil and architectural plans about that, so we wanted to confirm, make sure that the applicant is able to accommodate the required egress that they need fully on the property within that 6-foot setback. The retaining wall that's proposed appears to, on the plans, slightly encroach within the public right-of-way. We won't allow for that to encroach within the public right-of-way. Generally speaking, we don't allow that, so we just want to make sure that that's not going to create an issue if that needs to slide, and that similarly with the civil and architectural plans, we're just not sure that the bike room is shown identically on both, and again, want to make sure that's not going to adjust or eat into any of the parking. So that was our first comment that we had. Related to the wall, I believe it's under 4 feet tall, but I don't believe we have a detail for the wall or the materials or if there's a fence above it. So just flagging too that we consider the height of the wall, if there's a fence directly atop that, to be the height of the fence and the wall combined as one structure. So just making sure that that's not going to exceed 6 feet at any point. And if there is some form of fencing above that, we'd like it to be open style decorative, not chain link, as you are used to hearing us say. The bike room I mentioned, wanting to make sure that that gets reconciled. We also had some questions about kind of circulation through that and if the bike room could be interconnected to the lobby. And that way, if you lock your bike up in the bike room and you don't want to go out into the garage, you could go through the lobby and get into the elevator, get into the stair from the lobby rather than having to go through the parking area to get to that, or vice versa if you're going to get your bike on your way out. So hoping the applicant can confirm that that is possible. It sounds like they're willing to make the adjustments based on their comments on the conditions, but I just want to be sure that that's my understanding because we did issue the memo pretty last minute, so just don't want there to be a disconnect there. And then we have asked specifically from, if we go back to the rendering, that elevation that you saw, we're looking for a direct pedestrian connection off of Harrison Street, so there's no door. So if you're leaving the site and you actually want to walk to transit, you're actually most likely to walk south just based on where the bus stop is. There's also recreational fields located in that direction. So we think there'll be a decent amount of folks that want to leave the building and egress out. So we think this is not only an amenity for residents, but obviously it creates good urban design. So encouraging them to do that. That is conditioned. And again, it sounds like the applicant's willing to do that. And then architecturally speaking, we had some comments just related on sort of the connectivity of the northern end of the building, particularly along that lower level. What you have is the effect of the hillside and then the subterranean parking along Providence Street and sort of the masking of that with the kind of lower level of the building. And so we're hoping, it sounds like they're able to mask that further with additional evergreen shrubs and vegetation and clarify those materials, which we just weren't sure what those would comprise. It sounds like maybe some stone, but specifically wanting to make sure that that particular section that is incorporated with glazing really connects around to the front and what feels like the front. So just trying to use the same materials to make those spaces be connected to one another. So we have some specific comments related to accents on that are conditioned. And practically the sidewalk, just to call attention to this, practically the sidewalk with the improvements that they're proposing on Providence Street, the area they're seeking the relief for, by the extensions that they're proposing to that, the public realm will effectively be 15 feet wide. So it's very wide, generous sidewalk. We think it's great to have that width there, especially with all the new residents to be able to continue to circumnavigate the building. And we got comments, so item 6, DTM did get back to us. They don't necessarily take issue with the tree pits, but they're also fine with trees just being incorporated on the site within the landscaping. So we'd actually like to modify 1L to provide a bit more flexibility so that if it works better for the applicant, rather than reconstructing the sidewalk along that section, and just to incorporate a couple shade trees on the periphery of their landscaping could be another alternative to just give some additional flexibility, which we can work out during site plan, but just want to be clear, DTM didn't have a strong preference either way. So if that's helpful for the applicant, we can adjust that language. And then finally, the retaining walls in the rear, given the height of them, they do need to be set back 5 feet. It sounds like the applicant is willing and able to make that adjustment, but just calling their attention to that as well. Otherwise, this is a managed growth area in the long-range plan, about 500 feet from the nearest bus stop, very walkable, and they do need site plan review, and they are pending with that, as well as a special permit for inclusionary zoning, like I mentioned, at a future meeting, pending the outcome of this hearing. So happy to answer questions. Thanks.
So just to clarify, the wall is not planned to be above 6 feet, the retaining wall, or if it is, that you will be sort of in compliance.
Yeah, I think so. There's two walls. There's the wall in the rear is going to be greater than 6 feet. I think it's going to be probably around 12 feet, but that's more than 5 feet off the property line. But the wall in the front along Providence Street, yes, that combined with the fence will be less than 6 feet.
Great. And then the other question I think that's relevant for us is just the whatever's happening. I don't feel strongly about the circulation demands for, at least for the zoning compliance, for the bike room to lobby to other things, but there's not, whatever is happening, you're not going to sort of lose a parking spot. That's the thing that's relevant for us, right? Like whatever you work out with the city staff, it's not going to affect parking. I think that's the biggest concern for us. Is that correct? Just state that clearly.
Yeah, and through the chair, so this is, obviously, we have the concurrent filings, and things have already started to evolve, but we are able to maintain the 50 parking spaces with the bike room how it is, and could do that connection through the lobby, so we don't anticipate any effects on the parking.
Yeah, I think that's the part that's relevant for us, obviously, that I know things change as they go through these processes, so. I think those are all the things that are, because the other thing that you mentioned was the brick veneer and the willingness to look, that's the other thing that would matter for us. Okay, those are all the questions. Is anybody here? 51 Providence Street. Okay. Yes, you are. Okay, great.
Ed Fallon.
Oh, you gotta just speak into the thanks.
Ed Fallon, 8284 Harrison Street, so I'm
Okay, great.
abutting the whole thing going down. You know, there's winners and losers, and I'm the big loser on this one because it's 5 stories. So my 3-decker is, my solar panels, everything's gonna be shot. That's a fact. And the neighbors don't know this yet. I have the beautiful views of the city and everything, all gone. Everything's gone. Now, like I said, there's winners and losers. But that's what's gonna happen. And the rest of the hill, once they see what's gonna happen, I don't know, because I'm telling you, once they see they lost all their views of the city with this building. Yeah, you see.
Yeah, I want to see where, you're 82. Oh, okay, you're
I'm
next
82
to it.
and 84. I've got both of those, and I'm completely, and I just redid that whole house up there.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
I was up there, yeah.
And
So you-
so,
Right, because you're right on the, you're right
right,
on
I'm
where it
right there,
comes-
and they're coming right up and going up an extra floor on me, and I'm like, I'm just gonna look at a wall. And no solar panels, no green. Now, if they had in their plans that they're gonna put solar panels on their entire roof, maybe I'd give them some slack, because it's all sun up there, and the sun would hit real big up there. Because that's why the solar panels were planned, because the sun goes from east to west. That huge flat roof could handle all the sun. They'd probably have 200 solar panels up there.
Yeah, and that's something Worcester Academy actually looked at one point, was using that parking lot.
Yeah,
for solar.
imagine that. I mean, they don't have it in their plan, though.
Yeah, we can't, I don't think we can require it, but that's a really good point.
That's a really nice thing to have for them up there, is to have 200
Yeah.
solar panels. It will power everything up there.
It would, for sure.
I mean, it would power my stuff, so, you know, but I just, you know, it's unfortunate, but I mean, I'm gonna lose out on the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the neighbors are gonna do, but I mean, it's a beautiful building though, so I'm not gonna sit there and say it doesn't look nice. So it does look nice. But I think the planning board should require that they put 200 solar panels up there.
We have no say, and I totally agree with you.
Because it would save them, and if they're renting, then that's even better. Then their overhead, they can get maximum rent and everything.
I guess I'll say for our purposes, my request will be to just do your best to be good neighbors and work with the people there. He did do a great job. I was up there
Yeah, 'cause
looking at it.
you saw what I did.
Yes, right, yeah. So as much as possible to minimize impact, obviously, we're a fan, and I agree. It's really great work. Okay, is anybody online for 51 Providence Street? Okay, I'll just say really quickly, this is always silly that we have 9 feet for 15 feet for a 5-story building. It's sort of like not really our purview, so I'll just remind the board that the things that are most pertinent to us are the 9 feet for the 15-foot, which is minimal requests considering the size of everything. As I just stated, I'd say like just be good, try to be good neighbors and best as possible. But it's also an exciting, it's going to look great. It's almost always an empty parking lot, so making this housing is going to make this better usage, and it is going to block his great view because it's a great view. So it's going to be a great view for the people who live there. I don't have anything else, I guess. 9 feet is nothing, really, in the grand scheme of things, and all the things that are sort of relevant to, most of the things that are relevant, as you saw from the recommendations, are almost all things that aren't all really relevant for us, but really planning board decision-making. So I think that speaks to how most of this is their decision. Board Member Bromoff.
Thank you, through the chair. I have to say that if you build anything close to the plan that you the rendering that you put up there, this will be a very nice looking addition to the neighborhood. And the other thing I have to say is looking at all these, the detail that staff goes through to analyze a project is mind-boggling, and I can see sometimes why it takes so long to get out your memos. So thank you to staff. And I have one other comment, and I'm totally in support of this, so, but I have to say this. Is this all affordable housing, or what's the concept?
Yeah, so it's mixed. It's 5 affordable units at 60% AMI.
And the other 45 are
rate.
market?
Correct.
Yeah, well, of course, I would wish it could be more affordable, but you have to also find a way to finance the project. And if anybody read the Worcester Telegram this morning and saw the waiting list for public housing in Worcester is astronomical. 36,000 people are waiting to get into public housing. So, at least the 5 units are, 35,995 or something like that. But it's something. It's something.
We're
So,
getting it.
anyways, I can support this, and let's just.
Yeah.
Through,
Yep, Board Member Cortez, yeah.
through the chair. This is definitely a complete change to the blending of the neighborhood. It's all mainly 3-acre houses all around there. The building would be, if it's going to be like that, it is beautiful. Beautiful building, nice, nice looking, all the green parts. It's just great. It's just that, I'm looking at it, and it just, it doesn't blend with the neighborhood at all. What could you build in that lot that would blend more to the, to the neighborhood? Size of building, yes, the abutter indicated. Absolutely, he's correct. He's right. It's just no view from people from this side, higher than Providence Street, from the back of Providence Street, side of Providence Street. It just completely blocking any view to downtown, which, because Providence is on a hill, so the view to downtown is a beautiful looking at the city, especially at nighttime. I'm puzzled in here. Just trying to make the point in here how that neighborhood with this building totally is a change to what Providence Street has been, and it is now. How many more buildings can be built on Providence Street to continue going that way. I don't see it because there's no lots, no spaces or anything like that. So probably it's going to be the only building there, beautiful building there. I have no objections other than making the point that, perhaps could it be a different option of type of a, housing type building, the structure, rather than a high building. I'm just not sure, I'm just making the point what my views is because I know the area very well. As a matter of fact, I guess I used to live in the area at one point in my life. And that's, I see the total change coming up. One question is, and I'm not opposed to the, to moving the project, if you are following the recommendations, if you are amenable, if you have, recommendation to follow it, I wouldn't have a problem. Other than that, and I looking at the pictures here, I see glass on the side of the building right here. I see glass. What's going to be inside there? I'm looking at the possibility of maybe providing like a coffee shop in there would be great there. Not only for the people living there, but for the neighborhood. Provide what can you give to the neighborhood, other than the residents there. Now that you put in this building there, what would attract the neighborhood to something like that? I would see. I'm looking at that. I would see like all that like a coffee shop, in front of there. I don't know what's in there right now, or what are you planning to do inside there? But I would consider something, and I cannot demand, or it's not before me. But think about it. What can you offer to the neighborhood around there? That would be one of my ideas, sort of a coffee shop or a little, convenient things that kids can buy ice cream or candy. Besides the pastry and the coffee, people can sit down there. You may even have a space. The way it is, you wouldn't have no space to have a table on the outside for the summertime with an umbrella, which is getting very popular in here now, taken from European, how people sit on the outside. I don't see nothing of that in here. That could be considered. If there are any changes to that or ideas to do that, I'm sure that would be great to offer something to the neighborhood.
Through the chair, I can maybe answer your question from a zoning perspective. I think I heard two questions. One related to these other uses. Unfortunately, both retail uses and food service uses are not allowed in the zone. So they'd have to change the zoning to allow what you're suggesting. And by right, they can do 8 stories and 90 feet tall. So they can go taller without special permission. And obviously, as they've cited the building, kind of its furthest away, and even proposing to need relief to pull it further away from the neighbors to the side. So obviously, the applicant can talk about kind of the design elements, but just from a zoning perspective, I just want to be clear about, they can't do those uses and they can go taller. That's in terms of what they can do without special permission.
Well, I understand that they would have to, you would have to go after, and if they want to provide that, they would have to go through the process of getting the permits and, and go through it. Right there on the same corner, right across the street, there has been a store and even a bar right next to it on the same corner. Gentlemen, are you familiar with that? Isn't that true? Right there. I know the area, excuse me. So how did they get that permit to function there?
Through the chair, the issue is our zoning is bad, and I think the root of it is that our zoning doesn't reflect what's on the ground. It reflects somebody's opinion from one point in time where we went and drew on the plans with markers and came up with the maps that are today and have essentially existed for the most part since the 1960s, and reflect an era of codified bias in many cases. Anyhow, those uses likely predate the current zoning requirements and are non-conforming, just as other uses in the neighborhood maybe. It's not to say that those aren't great things, it's just unfortunately our current zoning doesn't allow for that, and their way to get around that is to go through a much longer, prolonged process with City Council to rezone the property and/or a larger area, which obviously they're looking to move forward with something else. And we hope to be able to change that with we're hiring a long-range planner right now, so if you know anyone who is interested, we have a preferred deadline of Friday for long-range planners, so I'll just plug my posting while I'm at it. But to a bigger and broader issue, which obviously is not the applicants to resolve, but our communities, we have that challenge. So across the street is different, and we unfortunately have to look parcel by parcel. And in this case, obviously, those are the limitations that they're working within.
I'm hearing that, and I respect that. What can be approved, and what I'm hearing is that no retail or anything is allowed in the area, and again, I guess looking what people, I'm looking at people in the neighborhood. And with that, I would make no further comments, but it's too bad. It is too bad that we cannot allow, in the city, we could not allow, to provide something like a coffee shop right in there. And I close with that.
I agree. You should run for city council, change the rules. I agree. That sounds all right to me. Yeah, amen. Board Member Bernhagen.
Through the chair, I'm not going to have too much more to add. I think this would be a good addition to the neighborhood. Right now it's just a parking lot. So, and I understand, the historic character of the neighborhood is bound to change. I think it's going to happen to a lot of neighborhoods, and if it's going to, change slightly through this development, I think you couldn't find a more attractive way to move this forward. This is not just going to be a whole bunch of triple deckers. It's going to be something like this, and they could have gone even higher, I guess, is what I'm hearing. So I appreciate the design, and I like the affordability aspect of it. I just wanted to clarify with the city. You mentioned 1L. Is that what is the amendment? I'm sorry, I missed that. Exactly what the change is to that.
Sure, I think we can basically leave it as it is and say, or incorporate 2 shade trees between the building and sidewalk along Harrison Street.
Okay. Okay, otherwise, no, I think good.
Board Member Torcono?
I have no comment. I know this site very well, and I just cannot say much to it. But I disagree that there's no retail. There are retail on Providence Streets. Are they grandfathered already?
Yes, they're grandfathered in. So the ones that are there predate the zoning.
All right. No comment.
Board Member Sacco.
Through the chair, Board Member Sacco's computer died, so he is no longer with us.
Okay. Board Member. No, not for Board Member Sacco. He's an alternate. Board Member Moremi.
Hi, so I just have a quick question. I'm looking at the site plan, and I was just wondering for the door exit that's located on the Providence Street area next to the elevators. Could you please explain why it was located there and not, for instance, like within the lobby? Because my thoughts were about accessibility, like it is located right next to the parking spot. Actually, it's the...
Yeah, go back one. You had it, the accessible spot, the parking spot. It's there too. You can sort of see it a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Is that what you're talking about?
Mine shows different. Okay.
Oh, we might have had an older version since
Okay.
they've updated it.
I apologize. Don.
Sorry, and I can probably speak to that. That honestly, the doors, the main entry into the lobby is subject to some massaging. We still have to work through the the programming of that lobby and everything. So if the request is that it be closer to an accessible parking space, it's potentially headed there anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Is that your request? Is that what you would like it to see closer, or were you worried about it opening into the spot?
I wish I could share my plan, but I was just wondering if it's going to be an issue with the car parked next to it, because it's located. Do you
the
see
old
it?
plan is different, yeah.
I apologize. I have the old plan. Okay,
No, it's okay. It looks like they fixed that problem that you see on there.
so my question is answered. Thank you.
Yeah. It's a good flag. Okay.
Motion to close?
Is there anyone else want to say? All right, motion to close. Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 51 Providence Street?
I'd like to make a motion on 51 Providence Street for a permit with variance for relief of 9 feet from the 15-foot minimum front yard setback requirement for a multifamily high-rise dwelling in the RG5 zoning district, subject to the staff conditions on page 4 of 9 of the memo, with the amendment to condition 1L as indicated, and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Cortez?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much, and good luck. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we got something about, we got a sheet here about board, is this board review policies? Michelle?
Sure, yeah, through the chair. I know one of the board members had indicated a question about sort of if materials being submitted from applicants at the last minute, especially for continued items. And so just wanted to re-share the board's policy, and then you're welcome, obviously it's a policy of yours, so you're welcome to modify it in any way you see fit. We can also discuss it at a future meeting, although I'm not sure any of your future meetings will be shorter than they are tonight. So totally your call. But mostly I wanted to just, this policy is actually 6 years old. We established it in 2020, pre-COVID. But this kind of outlines the policy we have about complete applications and not accepting incomplete applications. It also outlines our revision policy. So basically that revision policy is that we have a 10 calendar day period that we require folks to submit revisions. If they don't submit them within that period of time, staff generally won't commit to updating our memos or comments. So for something that's continued or postponed, if they don't get us revisions in that amount of time, we're generally going to recommend that they push out another meeting. And then similarly, the board has basically said if you give us something less than a week before the meeting, we want you to do the same thing. We want you to automatically postpone. So we hold pretty strictly folks to those deadlines. The one that we're a little bit more fluid on is actually like giving updates on comments, because if they meet the 7-day deadline for the board consideration, we try to still crank out our comments at the last minute for those, prioritizing things based on when they're received. And then this also, in addition, includes a component talking about re-advertising, re-notice when things are continued for multiple meetings. And so we've kind of evolved this. The board had originally said 3 months. Basically, if you extend something more than 3 months from the initial hearing date, you need to do new notice, new abutter notices, new legal ad. We really hold folks to like 3 cycles, so not so much 3 months, it's a little bit less than that actually. If they continue at 3 different times, then we will be asking them to provide that notification. Or if that's 3 months, whichever is more is kind of what we do. So usually 3 cycles is less. So that's typically what we hold folks to. You also specifically say that you generally don't allow more than 1 postponement before a hearing can get opened. I think we don't follow that rule as much. So really mostly I think maybe it's worth the board members just becoming familiar with the policy and seeing independently if you have thoughts or preferences or suggestions on changes you'd like to see. And we can talk more about it. Unless folks have reactions now, we're happy to, make other adjustments.
I guess through the chair, I have a question, which you don't have to answer right now, but does that timing work for staff? In other words, the 10 days, the 3 week, whatever it is, does that work for staff in order to review the projects and things?
I would say generally when we're fully staffed, and Amy Beth, I'll see what your thoughts are, it's tight, but we try to also honor the reality of folks needing to provide revisions, getting them to us, in between meetings, and being realistic about how long it takes. So if someone's postponing, they want to keep on the next agenda, they have a week to get us revisions, really, before we need the updated plans to be able to start our review. So it's not a lot of time. So I think if you want to not force everyone to continue out at least 2 meetings as sort of a standard practice, that's about the best we can do in terms of our commitment. Right now, we're down a planner. We have been operating down a planner for almost a year now, between various different, forms of PTO and turnover. So, apologies, bear with us. We're doing the best we can as fast as we can, but also the workload is definitely heavy. Obviously, we have a lot of development in the city. It's good. It's good thing, but also we have a lot of broken zoning, so we have a lot of zoning exemptions, and there's this challenge of trying to fix the zoning and also trying to keep up with the workload, and we're trying to do a combination of both. So I would say it's tight for us. I definitely think we need to be firm and stick to that. If the board wanted to adjust that, or if you want us to kind of reconsider if those dates should be different, we can think on that a little bit and report back, and you can make an adjustment. I think, unfortunately, we're not getting you the memos and our comments as soon as we'd like. We'd like to be able to give you kind of the complete packet the Friday before so that you can have everything. We've been trying to get you what we can, and, we're getting some amount of that, but it's not 100%. So we will be attempting to restore that once we get another staff person, but we're not going to get another staff person until August. So it will be a full year of us being down a person between different things.
Then you have to break them in and everything.
You got it, yeah.
I guess my question is still, would it be helpful if we said, I forget what do you want things 10 days earlier, 15 days earlier? Would that really give you enough time to get out those memos by Friday? I mean, that's really, I think, a good goal. At least give us the weekend to look it over.
Right, and I guess the corollary to that are any of these rules, one or more of these rules, negatively impacting your ability to do that? If there's one thing you could change, that if you could wave a magic wand and say, if you change this rule, it would be a lot easier for us to get all your memos by Friday. Maybe, again, you don't have to answer now, but, that's just the thought I had.
Yeah, we're absolutely happy to think on that and get back to you. I don't know if Amy Beth has other thoughts and reactions initially that she wants to share, but I can ask the others on our team and we can think. But, right now, I think we're trying to strike the balance of letting the folks, like the driveway we saw, for Grandview, to try to give flexibility for somebody like that to be heard as quickly as possible, but also recognize that we still need time to review the plan, because if each planner is carrying, dozens of cases, but if that person has 6 cases on the agenda for the next meeting, we have planning board last Wednesday, we needed all the stuff done for planning board, and now we're switching into zoning board. I can't make more time. So if I could make more time, that would solve our problem, or more people. But for right now, I think that's probably the best we can do to balance both. But we'll think on it as a team and come back with a recommendation at the next meeting about anything that we'd like to change. I don't want to.
I have to say, you guys do a great job. The amount of detail that you look at, it's mind-boggling. There's so many, the project we just had, there's thousands of things you've got to look at. And it's clearly you do, because we see the comments. So thank you for that.
I will be glad to relay that gratitude to the other planners and make sure that they hear that, because they definitely deserve it. So.
Now, motion to adjourn?
No, we have
Would
to-
you, Michelle, would you be able to email those out to us?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, yeah, so I emailed this out in a response earlier today, but we can send it back out if that's helpful.
Yeah, please.
I have a motion to approve minutes for
No,
May.
there were no minutes. They were not ready.
Oh, good. I actually felt like I missed something, and then I was feeling really bad about it, but I didn't. So that makes me sorry, but also I feel like I didn't miss anything. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey.